Would everybody please start to take your seats?
Por favor, tomen sus asientos.
Good morning. The February 28th Board of Directors meeting is called to order. First, I'd like to ask our interpreters to explain how to access interpretation. Please go ahead.
Announcement from interpreter. To use the interpretation feature, please scroll to the bottom of the Zoom screen where the meeting scrolls are. Click on the interpretation icon, the world, and select English as your language. If you are joining us through Zoom mobile app, cell phone, tablet, or etc., please press the ellipsis, 3 dots, then interpretation, and then choose your language. Finally, click on mute original audio to another original Spanish into the background. Headsets are available for interpretation. If you are in the meeting room, please check out a headset from the receptionist in the lobby. Aviso por parte del intérprete. Para hacer el uso de interpretación, favor de desplazarse a la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom donde aparecen los controles. Haga clic en el icono de interpretación en donde está el globo terráqueo y seleccione Spanish, español. Si está utilizando la aplicación móvil de Zoom, celular, tableta, etc., presione los puntos suspensivos, los 3 puntos, luego interpretación y luego el idioma. Si no desea escuchar el audio original en inglés, en el fondo, por favor, seleccione Mute Original Audio, silenciar audio original. Contamos con auriculares para el servicio de interpretación si se encuentra en la sala de la reunión. Favor de pedir los auriculares con la recepcionista en el vestíbulo. Gracias.
Thank you. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. The tribal nations of the San Diego region have historically faced injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, Digueño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuilla. This land has nourished, healed, protected, and embraced them for many generations in a relationship of balance and harmony. As members of the Sandag community, we acknowledge this legacy. We aspire to learn from Indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Now, if you could please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Michael, can you please confirm quorum?
We have a quorum, Chair, with the cities of Chula Vista, El Cajon, Escondido, National City, Poway, San Marcos, Santee, and Vista absent at this moment.
I think there's an accident. I've gotten a few texts that people are quite delayed, so we could expect them here fairly soon. And I know you'll announce when they arrive. Appreciate that. Can you continue with your statement?
Next, we'll move on to non-agenda public and member comments. As a reminder, no comments shall use loud, threatening, profane, or abusive language that disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting. Disorderly conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the board meeting is prohibited. Per our board policy, the amount of time allowed for each verbal public comment is determined based on the number of agenda items, the complexity of those items, and the number of persons anticipated to offer comment. This allows us to hear from as many people as possible and to complete our business while we still have a quorum. Based on those factors, the chair has determined that today's meeting, each member of the public will be allowed 2 minutes for their comments. And Chair, we have 6 in-person public comments, and we have 5 online public comments.
So you'll take the first 8. So you'll take the first 8, and we'll trail the remainders to the end of the meeting as per policy.
Yes, I will take the first 8. And first up, we have Alan C., followed by Robert German.
Good morning. Take a look at my flyers. Look at my email. I sent you all a copy of my email last night and again this morning on the upcoming agenda items. Please, somebody, anybody, pull agenda item 6 because you're going to rubber stamp a raise of tax on homes and the cost of living is outrageous already. Somebody, anybody, pull that so we can talk about it and you can talk about it because that affects the cost of living of everybody. Okay, moving back to non-agenda. Take a look at your managed lane. It's still on the 2025 regional plan to convert every freeway into managed lanes toll road. Congratulations, the toll in Coronado's back, as well as every freeway. You're actually looking at removing transit paved roads and convert to managed lane toll road. So if you don't carpool, guess what? You get to pay a fee. So you get stuck in more traffic, or you finally give up and pay an additional fee, double taxation on a road they already paid for. It's in your 2025 regional plan. Get on Mario's butt and say, why the hell are we double taxing people, triple taxing the people through gas tax, mileage tax? Yes, the mileage tax is back. They just did a completed study last month, paid drivers $400, put a stupid box in the car to actually do a trial run. The trial run is completed in January 2025, and the state, thanks to Nora Vargas through California Air Resource Board and elected officials, is actually looking at implementing a mileage tax on the same roads we already paid for some Transnet. So now we got triple tax, gas tax, mileage tax, and SANDAG's own jewel, managed lane toll road if you don't carpool. Is this what you're doing for the people of San Diego? Is this what we're doing? Why don't you step up, have some guts, and get that stricken off the bill? It's in the 2025 regional plan. Look at my email. It's right in my signature. It's not my PDF. It's your PDF. Mario's sneaking that in, and you guys all say, well, that's wrong. But what are you going to do about it? We need to do something right now. I yield back.
Thank you. Next up is Robert German, followed by Truth.
Good morning, Robert German. I sent you emails per instructions. I guess it was yesterday. Is there any questions on the emails that I sent? It was a 4-slide email. No questions? Okay, we'll review it real quick. I promise I'll be quick. The first slide is from a trade magazine called Simply Flying, and it gives an explanation of what is happening at Carlsbad with American Airlines. They don't run their planes back and forth empty. They're going after the market, as the second slide shows. They're trying to get Arizona to come to Carlsbad. Although they don't present it that way, they presented it that they're giving Carlsbad residents the opportunity to go to Phoenix. No offense against people from Arizona. I really don't think the people from Carlsbad will be going to Arizona. I think it's the other way around, but when you get 65 cities plus now can go to Carlsbad with one transfer, I think the market is to bring Arizona to the beach communities as it shows on that slide. The other two slides are lawsuits. One's federal and one is state. Carlsbad, local people are suing the airport system. And the important one is the one that's been progressing for 3 years, and it's in the FAA, or excuse me, it's in the federal system, and they're going to court. And I highlighted a very good explanation of why they're going to court, and all you need to do is plug in San Diego Regional Airport Authority, because I don't believe we need to be spending our money on defending lawsuits when we have Miramar that can be available if somebody would step up and say something about it, because it was on the ballot in 2005. It's still there. They're almost finished cleaning up Tustin. They're going to move south to clean up Miramar, and it will be available. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Truth, followed by Purito Javier.
Let's talk about the SANDAG joint meeting that happened on February 21st. Unlike last year's joint meeting, this year Caltrans was demanding everyone present state IDs to enter a public meeting, an unlawful impediment. There could easily be a class action lawsuit because some people here did not think before they planned that meeting. Consider this: no Zoom or call-in option was provided, removing equal access. Those who know their rights or have connections to whistleblowers like myself, I'm not a whistleblower, I have connections, were discriminated against. And in this time when we're talking about mass deportations, the state suddenly wants an ID. What hypocrisy. But no one should have to expose their life in order to provide comment. I'll consider that when I run for public office. For now, hands off my identity. But it did end well for me, not for others, and I'll take it as another badge of honor that to have entered a state building without showing an ID. And at that meeting, we were reduced to 60 seconds of censorship again, for only 3 speakers. Would 3 extra minutes have really inconvenienced everyone, really? For reps of whom most didn't even stay for the breakout session, and for which there was zero direction for. That joint meeting was what Lemon Grove would refer to as a hot mess. I don't ever want to see a disaster like that happen again under the SANDAG banner. The meeting should have immediately been postponed when the issue arose, and that a public apology should have been immediately issued by SANDAG. Although I will say thanks to Mario, Security Robin, and Ann Fox for making things happen, because I did get to go home with a giant box of Panera pastries. Again, thank you, taxpaying residents of the county. And today, I'm also calling for the immediate censure of failed no-show supervisors Joel, Tara, and Monica, especially Tara, who gorged a burrito while I spoke, and Joel, who choked on SpaghettiOs while I spoke. He even sucked on the spoon. Absolutely disgusting. Look at these children. I want everybody to see. These are what these children do during Board of Supervisors meetings. Their disgusting behaviors and excuse absence should need a censure. You don't need to ask the
Thank you.
lawyer.
Your
Put it
time
on
has
the agenda.
expired.
Rob.
Next is Prieto Javier, followed by Cesar Javier.
Look at the eyes of Councilor Lecaba and Councilor Lee. Okay, you say good morning and thank you to SANDAG.
Good morning. And thank you for SANDAG. Start here.
Yes.
Ceramics manufacturing and kiln operation has been operating at home. Occupation business since 1984 at 5238 Streamview Drive, San Diego, California 92105.
Please slow down. Never mind the time. Slow down so they would understand what you're saying. Okay?
All right. A neighborhood dedicated as residential zone. It is known to be producing toxicity, and that's poison gases, from its kiln, fumes, odor, airborne chemicals, particulates, and dust. The potential impact to health and safety is real, and so we sought help starting on June 13, 2021, from the Police Fire Hazard Material Department, Air Pollution Control District, City District, 9 Councilman Office, but they cannot stop the operation simply because the owner has business permit. City Code Enforcement Division responded through Supervisor Elizabeth Brennan as follows: no violation rule.
Thank you. Your
11.
time has expired.
Time is up.
Next is Cesar Javier, followed by Michael Brando.
I also line up a second speaker to my wife. Am I permitted? to
Yes,
continue?
you were just called on, Caesar.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Yes,
Can you
thank
restart his clock, please? Thank you.
Right. Thank you, SANDAG. Uncle Sam trusted you. He gave you the authority to think about one of the elements in urban planning, which is circulation mobility. We are thankful because we see the cream of thinkers, including the corrupt politicians, forgive me. We have been declaring this toxicity located, constructed, and operated in a residential zone designated community. A community which is thriving of diversity. All looks, all color, but the same blood. Taxpayers, hardworking Asian Americans, Latino Americans. My city is not attending to resolve this issue since 1984. Why? It is not because you're Democrat. It is not because you're Republican. It is not because you're green, yellow, or what. You are humans who is supposed to cater to the needs of human beings as number one element in urbanization. What are you doing, city officials, the core city of this region? The mayor, he looks like Mona Lisa. We do not see him working. We see him absent consistently on the vital issue of oxygen by this air pollution control district. Forbes, the director who is promoted to air pollution officer, is in charge of permit money collection. And the role of the governing body is to see that the role correlates with the collection.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
But-
Next, in person is Michael Brando. Moving on to online comment of Alex Wong.
It's hard to not pick up that energy, be affected by Cesar, authentic, from the heart, which is the exact opposite of what people see and hear when they go to the County of San Diego Board of Supervisors and City of San Diego City Council with Joe LaCava there and Schadenfreude Sean. The good news is that, as I said at the end of last year, this would be the year of narrative collapse. And we're going to see that. And of course, some people are under such trauma-based mind control, they think it's all about Trump. Now, I'm not a Trump fan. I'm not a fan of either of the two. They're part of the uniparty. But the truth is, this is going to be a year of opportunity and narrative creation because everything is falling apart. And the good news is about what happened from 2020 to 2024 is that so many of you were unfortunately used as proxies to promote the COVID nonsense based on fake science, that is science for dollars. I want to recommend this book. It's available as open access. There's PDF copies online, they're free, and they're at the author's Substack. This book is called COVID-19, Psychological Operations and the War for Technocracy by David A. Hughes. It goes into great detail from a multiple number of angles of what happened in those years, how transnational entities and personages passed down the false narratives that they wanted you to repeat. And many of you did do that. And that's really sad. But it's also good because it's waking more people up. And I love seeing the number of people that are here today because they see how things are affecting them. Good things are ahead. How good can it get?
Next up, we have Alex Wong online, followed by Paul the Bold. The reminder, this is for comment on items not on the agenda.
And Michael, let's just take all of the non-agenda public comments at this time instead of trailing to the end.
Will do. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. So the airport trolley is a bad project. It's foolish. It will be extremely expensive, yet deliver little to no benefit. It will cost at least $1.4 billion, yet run only every 15 minutes. Meanwhile, enhancing the 992 bus and airport flyer bus would enable the 992 to run every 7.5 minutes. That's twice as frequently as the airport trolley would. And this enhanced bus option would cost only $54 million, which is 25 times cheaper than the airport trolley. Yes, we should speed up transit to the airport, but no, let's not build the airport trolley. SANDAG has a budget shortage exacerbated by the failure of the mileage tax and the failure of Measure G. We need to be fiscally responsible, fiscally conservative, and stretch every dollar, get the most bang for the buck. Therefore, let's reject the airport trolley. Let's refuse to build a trolley costing $1.4 billion when for just 5% of the price and a fraction of the construction time, we could build a downtown to airport express bus that would run twice as often as the airport trolley, as well as enhance the airport flyer between Old Town and the airport. Let's follow the lead of cities like Indianapolis, where fiscally conservative state governments and city governments have built out citywide express bus networks that are 10 times, maybe even 20 times cheaper to build per mile than the airport trolley. This concludes my comments.
Next is Paul the Bold, followed by phone number ending in 813. You're up.
Good. Thanks for the 2 minutes speaking time and the snacks. But after years of pursuing your own agenda and throwing the occasional bone to us, we deserve more from our public agencies. Not sure about the audit status either. East County now has rep at SANDAG, but no vote. This reeks of corruption. Any SANDAG tax is taxation without representation. And it's great to acknowledge the local Native American tribes, but it would be even nicer to include them at the table in a meaningful way. SANDAG does not deserve to continue in its present form, but I'm not the first to suggest this. The state suggested this in 2001, dividing the county into districts, where the people could arrange them by geography or neighborhood would produce far better results. For one thing, it would mean that everyone in the county would be represented by a voting member, which they aren't now, and people would have to work together instead of city by city. Also, all areas in San Diego would not be lumped into one representative, regardless of that area's individual opinion. I would suggest dividing into San Diego into voting areas by interest and geography rather than by cities. I think this is a much fairer way. All of the county would be covered and have vote, and similar interests would be represented in each group. I suggest a point for discussion. Northeast County, then Southeast County, the desert area, Mideast County, Ramona and Julian and all, I-15 corridor, the agricultural part, Native tribes north, Native tribes south, Navy influence,
Thank you, Paul. Your
South
time has
Coastal.
expired. Next up is phone number ending in 813, followed by Blair Beekman.
Okay, so first off, I want to say anyone using children as a put down needs to get a freaking clue. Children are pure. Don't be using them as a derogatory label when pointing out issues in adults with inferiority complexes who want to run for office. Inferiority complexes are the issue, not children. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just here to remind the board and the SANDAG execs that there is only so much a society will accept before the truth surfaces and corruption can no longer be kept secret. Over the years, taxpayers have just accepted all the garbage from government. Feeling defeated, they've become complacent, and therefore public servants who once worked for the people have now taken on the role of serving only the oligarchs. Some of you here have boasted about being reelected to your positions, but it's not because you're some radical shaking things up, working for the people and what they need. It's because you're more of the same. You're what the establishment needs in order to bring in what they want for the people and their foul junk system. Just another pawn, that will be your legacy. Another major fact I must address, I've said this several times already, and I'll say it again, that the majority living in our county do not know who or what SANDAG is. I was talking with an old high school friend and mentioned SANDAG. He asked, what's SANDAG? I told him I was so happy he asked that. Just more proof that SANDAG exists and does what it wants because the majority of the county's people are oblivious to their existence. Until more people are aware of SANDAG's existence and what it does, we will continue to have our tax dollars being burned on things like useless bike lanes that only serve a very small fraction of the county, and poor ideas like train tracks and tunnels being built in places not conducive to being serviceable or effective for the long term. The very few who know why in fact SANDAG exists, SANDAG exists. That's to cripple our infrastructure
Thank you.
and continue.
Your time has expired. Next up is Blair Beekman, followed by the original draw.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. Thanks for public comment today. SANDAG to me has been a place, an early leader of data collection with Argus, how to facilitate really good border relations with Mexico for local San Diego County governments to understand themselves. And, just a good luck on how you can work on such things. and make that more clear to everyone. I think you can do a really good service as SANDAG. It's very interesting to be here, living here at this time. The work you do as individual cities within SANDAG, that each city has a voice. I hope we can work on that idea as well in SANDAG. What else I want to mention today? It was important to me, the idea of now that we're entering a new era of Republican administration in Trump, that I think the concept of state rights is important in terms of immigration, in terms of data collection. I think there can be good laws at the state and local level that I'm really hoping that the current new administration will be respecting, and that it won't turn into a shouting match and a tit for tat. I hope that all sides and their points of view can be respected, and that we work towards kind of a mutual cooperation and understanding of what each side feels is best practices, and we don't hurt that about each other. And I hope that'll be important for ourselves to be working on in the upcoming years, next few years. Thanks for your time.
Next, we have the original draw followed by Doreen Diaz-Pesta.
That's nice that you gave us 2 minutes and that you are seeing all of the speakers in the morning as opposed to trailing them into the later in the afternoon. I would hope that you would make that one of your practices moving forward, that this doesn't change, that you are continuing to be consistent. It is atrocious and very disturbing that the County of San Diego is not going to be representing anybody on this board for a very long time unless they decide to show up, or it's seemingly going to be that they're going to wait till the election happens, and that is doing a disservice, and it's disenfranchising the people of the county who live in the unincorporated area. So something absolutely needs to be done about that. And it's very interesting to see how many people were in support of Brian Jones's measure SB 554, which is going to ensure that there's no more sanctuaries that can be made like what Nora Vargas did in the county on December 10th. And it was sad to see that there weren't more supporting members from different cities that should be there to make sure that they are supporting the protection of our communities from convicted violent criminals who have crossed the border illegally. There's people on this board that actually believe what Bill Wells did was illegal, when in fact it is illegal for all of the things that have been aiding and abetting these individuals for years on end. And for all of those people that do not want to support this measure or support Bill Wells in his pursuit to protect the communities, you guys will be held accountable. As I've told the city of San Diego, with the rape that's already happened, you are culpable and liable for that rape under 8 USC 1324. So it would behoove all of you to do what is right for your communities and protect them from violent criminals who have crossed the border illegally, as opposed to obstructing the federal government and impeding their ability to do their job and keep us safe.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next is Doreen Diaz-Pesta, followed by our last public comment of Catherine Rhodes.
Good morning. Thank you. I was told there would be ability to share my screen, but I do not see a share screen button. I don't know if you can turn it on. I had maps that I wanted to show and emailed beforehand to ensure I'd be able to do this. And there is no button. I'm also checking on my cell phone and my laptop. There are no buttons. Anyways, SANDAG has been harming my community of Hamershaw. They are inaccurately using maps of police beat 434 from San Diego Police Department. This is an unofficial patrol map, which has merged two completely separate neighborhoods. They would never dare merge La Jolla with Linda Vista, Hamershaw and Lameda completely separate. I had a presentation to show you these maps. I hope the clerk can email that to you since I haven't been able to upload it. But it's affecting Park and Rec. Every single online map with Argus and Sandag is inaccurate. It's affecting cell phone towers, GPS, and Sandag was the one who did this first by copying the police map. And San Diego City Police Captain Vernon Peterson said that the patrol maps were not meant for public use. They were meant for the police department use. So Sandag is responsible for this, and I would like Sandag to correct this, please.
Thank you. And our last public comment is Catherine Rhodes.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. First, I want to say thank you for page 3 of your agenda, where you actually have a list of people who are on your board of directors. So that's good. This is something new, or you used to have, and then you took it off for a few years. And so what I wanted to talk about is John Brady's idea to have some type of Airbnb for a recreational vehicle RV homes on private property. And so one thing is that the Government Code Section 8698.4A2AII states during the shelter crisis, as provided in this section, provisions of any housing, health, habitat, planning and zoning, or safety standards, procedures, or laws shall be suspended for homeless shelters. And then it also said landlord tenant laws providing for a cause of action for habitability or tenability shall be suspended for homeless shelters. And so what this means is because the county declared a homeless shelter crisis, similar to when the county put homeless in hotels in El Cajon, and Rob Banta, the Attorney General, came down and said the county can put homeless people anywhere. In theory, San Diego could override any of the cities. San Diego County could override any of the cities and actually allow us to put all these homeless people who are dying and who have fires, in the canyons, into RVs on private property, so people are not harmed. So thank you so much. And so the idea is there's solutions for a homeless problem, and hopefully all we need is one champion, and so far we have none. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment, Chair. And for the record, the cities of El Cajon, National City, Santee, Chula Vista, and Escondido are present.
Very good. Thank you so much. So we're now on to non-agenda member comments of those present. I know Mayor Jones is trying to get here. She's stuck in traffic. And so when she gets here, we'll also take her comment. And then when we get to consent, she has some comments. So hopefully she'll get here on time. I see that Councilmember Edson for North County Transit has a non-agenda comment.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor, thank you, Mayor and Chair. Yesterday, February 27th, 2025, marked 30 years of service for San Diego's commuter train, the Coaster. In 1982, planning began for the Coastal Express Rail, and on February 27th, 1995, Coaster service commenced with 6 morning trains and 6 evening trains. Coaster provides reliable transportation for residents and visitors within San Diego County, alleviating congestion on surrounding roadways and improving air quality by reducing single vehicle travel. Today, the Coaster operates more than 190 trains each week along the coastal corridor. Yes, year-round, there are 30 daily trips Monday through Thursday with an additional 2 on Friday. And for weekend fun, the Coaster offers 22 daily trips on Saturday and 18 daily trips on Sunday. Since its inception, Coaster has transported over 33 million riders.
Very good news. Councilmember Chavez. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I have a comment on item 4. On Tuesday, the city of Chula Vista officially.
Wait till we get to consent. We're not at consent. We're at a non-agenda.
Sorry. I'll wait.
but we're there pretty soon, promise you. All right. I have just one comment, and that is that I'm excited to report that I'll be in Sacramento next week to attend the CalCog Board of Directors meeting. CalCog is all of the COGs like SANDAG throughout the state of California meeting, and they will be there for the, I guess it's a board meeting. Yeah. And then we'll also go to the governor's office to speak about housing. So you know I'm excited about that. I will keep the board apprised of all of it, and I'll turn it over to Mario for his update.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of comments also. First of all, congratulations to our county transit for the 30 years. They also unveiled new coaster cars that were partially funded with Transnet that was approved in 2019 with 25 million. So that's super, super cool. Following up on some items, Mayor Jones brought up some questions about the downtown bus stopover. We're coming in March 14 with a presentation on that project. So hopefully we will address most of the questions that are coming there. I think really to highlight that this week there was a joint policy advisory committee meeting between Borders Regional Plan and Transportation Committees to present the regional plan. Staff presented the plan. It looks like we're on track to meet our GHG and air quality conformity targets. So that's good, and that helps to keep funds flowing both to SANDAG, the region, and the cities. So that's very important. We also had the prior week meetings with the working groups on this item. During those meetings, there were several questions on how to balance the list of projects, the characters of the list of projects, and the requirements, both federal and state, that are need to be met, like I said, to keep the money flowing. We intend to come with the draft plan around May to the board, as well as to release it for public comments. The team also presented to the city of Del Mar a presentation on the San Diego Double Track Special Events Platform. The goal there is hopefully to go in the summer and advertise the job. That's pending several things that are going on right now. The team has had several open Zoom meetings about the Rapid 880. This route will serve El Cajon, Santee, Kearny Mesa, and UC San Diego. So this is very exciting. A survey is open. There's been a lot of participation. I want to remind that also for the Rapid 277, the survey is still open. On the Lausanne corridor, we also had an absolute work window. It went well, and work continues to go on several of the projects. We continue with our slew of bike projects moving forward. I also wanna, as announcing, we'll be going with the chair to the CalCog meetings and to the governor's meetings. We also were invited to Mexico City by the Mexican government to have a discussions on Alta Mesa East. I think this will be a great opportunity to talk about the concerns that we have with environmental mitigation. That concludes my comments.
Okay, very good. Do you have any update on when we'll be moving offices?
I'm good.
This is sort of a makeshift look. If you might have noticed, those people who don't come here often, we're in the midst of moving to new offices. So we've taken down a lot of equipment, and that's why it looks kind of temporary in here.
Yes, and actually we have all the staff working remotely right now. We endeavor to have a move between mid-March and the beginning weeks of April. We're still trying to secure the occupancy certificates and some delivery of some of the furniture. So an absolute date, we still don't have it, but we're targeting between the latter part of March and the first part of April.
Okay, that will be an exciting move. All right. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Michael, do we have any public comments on consent?
We do. We have 5 in person
Very good.
and 2 online. So first up, we have Alan C., followed by Truth.
Morning. I'm going to first focus on item 4, Carolina. You're right. Line item 17, item 4, they're talking about Tijuana sewage. I've said it before, I said it again. You want to stop the sewage? Don't put billions of dollars on our side on a sewage plant that doesn't do crap, literally. You need to fix the sewage at the source. Pressure Mexico to stop the sewage at the source, then the South Bay community won't have a stupid holding pond stinking up the whole valley, mosquitoes and everything. Fix the sewage, every day our beaches shut down, shut the border, not of people, but of commerce. Watch how fast Mexico will fix their sewage plant to solve the entire issue that's been going on for 50 years. Transnet, let's talk about that one. You're calling it transportation congestion improvement, and you're going to tax new home construction. Joe Cava, you just talked yesterday in your meeting about the cost of living here in San Diego. Did you happen to go to taking the freeway exit to see all the drug tents next to the college endangering our children? What are you going to do about that? Because by raising the tax on all new home construction, you're just screwing people over again, raising the cost of living along with the mileage tax, the gas tax, and every bloody thing else that's killing our economy here in San Diego. Do something. Do not pass and do not rubber stamp this agenda item 6 to actually raise the tax on new home construction. You're not helping the drug tents. You're not helping the community that's paying $10 for a dozen eggs because Biden's own cronies killed 1 million chickens for what? A freaking cold? This is what's happening in our community. When are you guys going to do something and start standing for the people instead of your bloody unions who give you payback on your freaking campaigns? 9/10, I'd say 99% of the people you represent are not union members. Take a stand and represent the people you swore an oath to office to. I yield back.
Next is Truth, followed by Cesar Javier.
Item 2, note that the county was absent again for about the 5th time. Item 3, 105,000 allowed in bail bonds for acquisition, yet I heard an admission that the process for the downtown bus stopover project is just buy the property and we're going to figure it out. So SANDAG is going to spend billions of our dollars on something that may not even be usable as proposed. Why always 71 attendees for the Purple Line pop-up events? Was it all staff? If so, why so many? How many regular people were reached? The October 7th date says National City Transit Station. Which one, 8th Street or 24th Street? The Imperial Beach Community Meeting does not describe what project. It was the Border to Bayshore project. The shutting down of the freeway so a couple crazies could bike on it was a waste of time and money. The $3,000 business and workforce open house at the Balboa Park Club Ballroom sounds really fancy compared to 3 months of board and committee meetings that cost $5,374.94. Nice to see zero tax dollars spent on extravagant lunches, Mario. Item 4, I think policies like number 12 that mention diversity, inclusion, or equity are on track to DIE very soon. Item 5, again, yes to the planning groups having their voices heard because the county has failed the unincorporated communities, and really they failed everybody. Item 6, no to raising the scam transportation congestion fee to over $3,000 for single-family homes, while none for the ugly stack and packs and ADUs with no parking that cause traffic. If the chart shows construction costs are going down, why would the fee tax go up? If this fee tax is supposed to go towards transportation improvements, why don't we see any of that? More evidence that Transnet was all lies. Item 7, the OME toll will not improve health. No to spending another $21 million to increase sewage pollution from Mexico. Item 8, the Public Safety Committee was one of those rare times when Spaghetti-O Joel actually showed up to a meeting. Maybe because he was already spotted at the Brian Jones press conference, so he couldn't lie and say he was busy or sick or whatever other excuses he always comes up with. Thank you very much.
Cesar Javier, followed by first name brother.
Cesar and Purita. I spoke on behalf of the smallest political unit in District 9, City of San Diego. Thank you, SANDAG. Please record our names. We came here again and again to share our experience in the delivery of public good. Seniors with existing medical condition as a result of a ceramics kiln, ceramics manufacturing, a hazardous home business constructed at a residential zone designated community. That's the essence. We would like to be heard like in all minutes that has transpired. That's a legacy patrimony which is a benchmark on how we go about governance. We also spoke of the following, all correlated to the consent agenda last time and the other time. Number one, effective leadership, brave, honest, wise governance. I mean here, people, not intangible thing, but people, human, with cabeza y corazón. Transparency. Why can't they solve our issue? A hazardous business in the residential zone community by our governors, Mayor Gloria, President Council Rivera, good, he is now fired. Who else? Now, the former chair of Environmental Committee, Don Lacaba, sir, and the land use chair, Mr. Lee. I think he is a businessman. He will allow that. We also talk about
Thank you. Your time has
time
expired.
crisis.
Next is Brother, followed by Shane Harris.
I think I would.
This is a consent agenda. Item 7 is part of the consent agenda.
Rahman Rahim, in the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful. I greet you all in the greetings of peace. My name is Abdul Rahim Hamid, commonly known as Brother Hamid. And I'm here today to oppose what is being put before us as a sole source item that our community, I represent the National Black Contractors Association of USA, Inc., not the local Black Contractors Association of San Diego. But I'm here to basically ask that you put the bid, the proposal for that's on item 7 back out to bid. I've talked to several of my colleagues that have not been aware of this particular proposal. And I don't have the item in front of me, but I think it's the, wait a minute. It's the consultant contract that's being offered for $21,000. The National Association of Black Contractors Association is not aware of this solicitation for consultants. And there are local companies here in San Diego that have joint venture partnerships, like with Black IPO and Barnhart Reese, that are not aware of this project. So we're asking you to reconsider. You cannot just sole source $21 million of our tax dollars to one bid. It's business. It makes business sense to get more than one bid when you get one bid for one single bid. So we're asking you to put it back out and to give consideration so that we can protect the interests of the taxpayers and the local workers and local contractors in this city. Thank you again for giving us an opportunity to come before you, and I hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
Next is Shane Harris, followed by the original draw.
Good morning. Yo. Can you please wind my time back? Shane Harris, CEO of S. Harris Communications. I'm here to speak on regarding item number 7. And first and foremost, let me just say to you all, real leaders and elected officials, you are in a role where you need to pay attention to the audience that is speaking. I'm pretty disappointed to see a lot of you on your cell phones or on your computers not paying attention to what the public speakers are speaking. And you have a responsibility as leaders in the elected space to do that. That's what leaders do. They listen, whether they agree or not. So I'm asking you to pay attention, not just to me, but what the other speakers are saying, because that's the role that you've been put in. There were some conversations that happened early on about the lack of public communication regarding what SANDAG does and really getting into a variety of areas in our county to make sure people understand what this body does. I think that's a very clear fact. This body does not do enough to inform people about what SANDAG is. And I think that certainly needs to be done. That's one of the problems that is here. That's why a lot of people don't know and aren't engaged in what SANDAG does. But regarding the item that I'm speaking regarding before you today, and this is regarding the approval of the proposed solicitation for construction management services to award the project on Route 11, Otay Mesa, Port of Entry. I didn't think that enough has been done. One of my clients, the National United Black Carpenters Local 100, the newly formed union, and a number of other members I've spoke to in the community were not informed about this RFP and the solicitation. And I'm asking you to go back, put this out, put a real communication strategy in there to make sure that enough people across our region have the opportunity to bid. And don't just give this to one sole source as an easy way out. The right way is to get as much public input as possible.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The original draw, followed by 4 public comments online, the first being Paul the Bold.
Good morning, Joel. I was going to say, I apologize for saying you weren't going to be here, but you're on your phone, so it's as if you weren't here anyway. Anywho, yes, with the proposed legislative 2025 shenanigans that you guys are going to be engaging in, it's just really sad to see that there are many cities in this county that are fighting the federal government and wondering why funding is going to be cut. It is because of the nefarious, negligent, and ignorant choices that you guys are making in your cities that are leading to this type of stuff happening, whether it is things that have to do with the border, DEI, and pushing LGBTQ ideologies upon children and across the board. Times are changing, and you guys need to correct course and get back on the right path, because what's going to happen is if you guys lose funding, SANDAG is going to come to the people and say, we need you to pay for it, when it was your choices that led to that. You're not representing the people. You are representing a class of people that came here illegally and also pushing the United Nations agenda, which is included in that, but has to do with the indoctrination of children and sexualizing them in schools. So it's very sad to see these types of things take place. And it's like, I don't know why it's happening, like Joe LaCava, right? You guys are going to be fighting the federal government with lawsuits. All you're going to do is punish the people of San Diego. And when it comes down the pipe and we have to pay for the lack of money that is going to be coming into the cities, that is absolutely ridiculous, and it should come from your pockets, not ours. Because we're not the ones making those choices, but you're seemingly representing the people, and you're doing a very bad job of it. I would like to say Bill Wells is one that's doing a very good job of that, standing in the gap. And I think Joel Anderson is probably just doing it for looks, because he doesn't pay attention. And many of you guys don't pay attention. And we are the ones that suffer the consequences of your negligence, and that needs to stop immediately.
Thank you. Next online is Paul the Bold, followed by phone number ending in 813.
21 mil for construction management and up to 50 mil for project management. And where is the contract? If this is state route, by the way, why is SANDAG doing the contract? Disgusting that all contractors weren't informed or invited for bids. Corrupt even. I urge you to reject this fiscal hokey pokey with our taxpayer money. Rebid it. This number 6, the Transnet junk. This 6% increase will fall on the backs of new homeowners or developers who are sure to pass it on. That is, you are essentially taxing the new growth you want to encourage. It's a huge hidden cost to homeowners and a tacit admission that Transnet failed. 4. Looks like you brought this back, of course, without any material changes that we recommended at the Executive Committee. SANDAG working the TJ Valley River thing is a worthy goal. but with its dwindling money supply, that means neglecting its mission to provide quality transportation for the county. You have numerous groups already working the issue and providing funding for it. Number 14 sounds too much like artificial intelligence, and I recommend that it be removed. And I oppose anything that detracts from SANDAG's mission, which means removing items 13, climate action stuff, 17, environmental stuff, and 19 to 23. Sounds like SANDAG is getting involved in activities outside its jurisdiction. Please remove these from the plan and stick to your mission of providing quality transportation within the county. Let's
Thank you.
see.
Your time has expired. Next is phone number ending in 813. You're self-muted, 813. You want to go ahead and...
Okay, about that. Consuelo here. Great. I just have a delivery person right at the same time as. Anyways, okay. So let's see. We're on consent, right? We're on consent, right? Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, so first off, I'd like to. Wow, Shane, that was great. You're echoing the things that we have been saying for years now. I appreciate that. Also, let's see. I'm over here. Okay. And also, let's see. Where did Paul the Bold leave off? Let's see the proposed. Okay, number 2 here. Hold on. Okay, another list of names like the Oscars who did what? Not very informative and not very telling. Who said what, or even, oh, that's the meeting minutes. Okay. When you omit details, it is one way of dissing the public. Their precious time listening to tapes or searching records to see what went on. There should have a summary. There should be a summary right there in the minutes. Otherwise, why are they needed at all? Great point. Officer, okay. Good financial advice hopefully makes up for the lost value from matured security, whatever that means. You got, 87 million back from one of your completed projects. That is money that you could have used elsewhere. Better have your accountants look into this. Overestimate or fraud, waste, and abuse. Yep. Legal actions. You should be resolving these, not letting attorneys' fees and interests pile up. These should be summarized in every agenda. We want to see progress on these, not kicking the can down the road, as usual. And let's see. Advisory membership request. I think that it is good to have a local planning perspective on things, which
Thank
is
you.
probably
Your
a
time has
lot.
expired. Next up is Blair Beekman, followed by our last public comment of Catherine Rhodes.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thank you for seeing my hand. I raised it and you saw it. Thank you. Right at the beginning of public comment time. Thanks. I wanted to comment that I think this is a time that on the consent calendar public comment that the public can comment on the update reports from staff previous. It was very nice to hear about the possible upcoming negotiations with the Mexican government about the future of the Otay Mesa project. I think this is a really interesting project in terms that it can really bring together dialogue from Mexico, from Republican and Democratic Party persons alike. It was an interesting idea of Governor Newsom to try to facilitate conversation about Otay Mesa at this time. Is kind of a welcome gesture to the new administration. I think it's nice of him to do that. So we're working on this. We're considering it. As always, as you talk about the future of toll issues for Otay Mesa, to consider the tech involved with it. What kind of conversations can you have with the Mexican government about accountability with the toll and the tech issues? I think that would be a great conversation. It would be a great way, I think, to develop idealism and best practices that we're all trying to better understand and work through, and that serves the public, that invites the public to participate in the process. So I think something very interesting can develop to help then better facilitate questions about, the Tijuana River Valley and border immigration issues. So good luck in those efforts. And I wanted to quickly comment that you had a border meeting, public meeting last week, as the truth mentioned. Can that meeting be made available through recordings if I was to write a letter and ask? Your sheriff's committee meetings used to be a little bit more difficult. They were not Zoom meetings. And to get a recording of their meetings.
Thank you. Your time
can
has expired. Next is Catherine Rhodes. Last public comment.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes. I'm calling about number 3, Chief Executive Officer Delegated Actions, real property transfer regarding the downtown bus stopover project and SANDAG's new proposed headquarters. Again, I think that every single person here on the board is not doing a good job because you refuse to put my issue forward to the to Mario and to also to the lawyer there in the audit committee to actually call me back and have a meeting so we could get over my 20-year problem. So anyway, this is my December 16th letter to Omar Atari, a civil engineer at SANDAG. Thank you for listening to my concerns regarding seismic safety and SANDAG's responsibilities. Attached, please find my ongoing concern, including 50-foot setbacks, not 25-foot setbacks for construction projects. Thank you for telling me that additional work was done to locate the presumed active fault, including additional trenching and borings at SANDAG's downtown headquarters and bus stopover. Since previous studies documented active faulting and now SANDAG cannot find the fault after several tries, SANDAG has to reconcile the two scientific reports. When will a third-party review on the existing geotechnical fault investigation report be done? When will the reports along with the third-party reviews be sent to the state geologist for his approval? I recommend conducting relative cheap seismic reflection line testing that would confirm or deny active faulting as a first step before the full block is purchased. Seismic reflection test, I'm gonna not say it, is $30,000 to $50,000 to confirm or deny the existence that's been hidden for 16 years. SANDAG is in the process of paying over $50 million for the full block. This is all things that could be done ministerially. More important, I recommend you invite Caltrans free technical advisory panel to give you
Thank
guidance.
you. Your time has expired. That concludes our public comment on consent calendar. And for the record, the city of San Marcos is in attendance.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Before I go to board member, I'd like to have our CEO comment on the comments made on item number 7.
Yeah, and also on the last one, item number 7, I want to clarify something. There's 2 items here in item number 7. One is asking permission to go out and advertise a construction management contract. So we're coming here to ask permission to go out and advertise it so the public and industry can put in their bids. So that's on the construction management one. On the PMC, the project management, we were approved by the board to go out and do the advertising. The advertising came in. There was one company who bid on it only. That was the one that it's in your report. The team looked at their proposal and it was satisfactory. The team went and inquired, why only one proposal? And a project management contract is the one that's kind of helping our PMs oversee the items. That's a smaller contract. The construction management contract is a bigger contract, but it would conflict. A company or a group of companies getting the PMC cannot compete for the construction management one. We can't have the same person checking on themselves. So I want to, again, to re-clarify, we are coming to ask permission to go out and do the advertising for the construction management. The board prior approved the PMC, the project management one. It went out. We only got one bid. We did our due diligence saying why only one bid, and the major firms don't want to conflict themselves out of the larger contract, which is the CM one. That's on that subject. And I want to try to clarify also that the downtown stopover is to stage MTS buses. That property is not being proposed to be the SANDAG headquarters building. That was a proposal from many, many years ago, and we are moving. I came in, there's a 10 or 15-year lease already signed for where we're moving. And, you know, somebody else 10, 15 years, maybe 12 years from now can start planning for where if they're going to renew the lease or they're going to want to move. But we, at this point, do not have any interest or are pursuing a different location. So the downtown stopover property is being looked at for staging the MTS buses that are being relocated from the different streets on and off. I just wanted to put those points to clarify.
Thank you so much. Now on to member comments on consent. Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. And that was a crazy experience getting here this morning. Normally it takes me 40 minutes and it took me over an hour and a half. So I was connected via Zoom. Anyway, so would now be the right time for my regular comments? I just had one.
Do you want to do your non-agenda first?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So yesterday, we actually had our Director of Lean Government start, which is leading efficiency, accountability, and then also engagement. So I was thinking we should consider that at SANDAG. And I was talking to one of my colleagues and they said, well, you know, maybe SANDAG would view that as something that the outside independent auditor does. And I said, well, it's actually a preventative thing. And what they're doing is they're looking at processes, looking for efficiencies. And then also part of it is the accountability. But even more than that is the engagement part, which is, I think, what we don't really do enough of, and that is explaining why we do things and how we do things. And, you know, thinking about, you know, as I was driving here and I was connected via Zoom, I was listening to the comments, and almost all of the comments were talking about transparency and all of that. So in my opinion, I'd like to talk about this a little bit more at our executive committee meeting. But how can we build a bridge between the public and ourselves, and also do so in a manner where we're figuring out how to waste less money? Because I think there is definitely a sense that we don't spend money wisely, and how can we do that? So the city of San Marcos, we have always received the least amount of property tax other than or less than any other city here in the county at 7.2%. When cities like Coronado, not picking on you, Mayor Duncan, but they receive 31%. So that is quite a big delta. So for us, we've always been, we call it the San Marcos way, and that is always spending money wisely and very efficiently, and always looking at our processes, best value analysis and all of that. So anyway, I would like for us to discuss this at our next executive board meeting to figure out if a director of lean government here within the SANDAG agency could build that bridge between the public and ourselves, while also figuring out if we are spending money wisely.
So in your city, is it a special board and then you have meetings?
Nope, it's a director. It's a staff position, and they work directly for the city manager. So they would report directly to Mario in that case. So it's someone that works directly, with within the staff and organization. So they're not an outside person. So really, you actually have real efficiencies because it's not after the fact. It's actually more of a preventive, proactive approach, which is what we always do in San Marcos, but I think that SANDAG could really benefit from that.
I appreciate your comments. And we will discuss more in detail what San Marcos is doing. When we came and presented the structure and some positions, we have the internal controller position that I won't say it's exactly the same, but it's going in that spirit and trying to get ahead of identifying enterprise risk and how to make us most efficient. But we can discuss more and see how we haven't yet hired or put out the duty statement, so maybe we can retweak that.
Okay, that would be great. And just to let everyone know, we had over 70 applicants, which is pretty interesting. We hired someone ultimately from Carlsbad. Sorry, we had to steal her. But there's so much excitement about it and really a sense, we went out for recruitment in December, hired, and then finally got her on board yesterday. I haven't met with her yet, but I'm really excited to have that position filled.
Great, very interesting. Thank you. Now on to consent.
Yes, I do. I have two things. So on item number 5, very supportive of that. I would like to, since the last 3 meetings, I'm glad to see Supervisor Anderson here today. But the last 3 meetings, the county had 0 representation, over 500,000 in the unincorporated areas. And I would like to see if it's possible to move forward with having that as a voting member, because a lot of our land use decisions, and maybe it would be something at the planning level or the, maybe at regional planning and then only on land use decisions. I don't know what that would look like. I'm very concerned that there is a possibility, and it's happened now for 3 meetings. We didn't have any actual action items, but it would be good to have someone that represents them as a voting member. And so I just like staff to move it.
I think our council has something to say about that.
Well, thank you, Mayor Jones. Yes, for the issue of them becoming a voting member on the board, that would require a change to legislation. So that is something that could go to the executive committee and then ultimately to the board. But we would need a sponsor to change that by legislation, since the voting members are set in our enabling legislation at the Public Utilities Code.
Mayor Jones, I also
Sure, yeah.
want to highlight that on the legislative report, we reported that there was a hold bill, a place bill by Senator Jones, and actively being promoted by Supervisor Anderson of looking into this issue. So
as a voting member?
We're having the discussion. We haven't seen the total write-up, but that's kind of what's being indicated to us.
Yeah, and I would definitely support something like that. So maybe Supervisor Anderson, if we could maybe keep the board members and updated on that, because I would certainly support something like that. It just is a shame that we have a situation where some land use things really do affect our unincorporated areas. I grew up in Ramona and El Cajon, so I'm very familiar with Ramona personally. So I just think it would be something that would be very beneficial to our outlying communities.
Did you have something to say on the other item?
Yes, and then on item number 7, I realize that it is 2 separate items. I think on going out, and I think it would have to happen first, but I think having only one firm on the, is it the PMC part of it? Yeah, the PMC part of it, having only one firm that responded is a little concerning to me, especially when we've had some folks here talking about, I don't know if they're talking about the project management part or the project construction. So in my opinion, I will be voting no on that item, so I would wish to pull it to vote on that. I just am concerned that it's only one, it's a $20 million contract. And that we only had one bid. If there are other bidders out there and they didn't realize that it was out, and there's expressing concern today, I would think that would be something that we would want to be open to. So that would be it for my comments on that item. So if we could just pull that, and I would move to approve the rest, being that we're
and we'll deal with item number 7 separately.
Correct. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
great. We'll
I
go on
appreciate
to
it.
Second Vice Chair Minto. I caught you at a bad time.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I can talk with my mouth full. Regarding number 7, I was reading through this and I didn't really see it, but do we actually write in there someplace where we make it very clear that if there's somebody that's bidding on these, that, or I guess how do I say this? Can they bid on both, but they can only get one?
No, that if they elected to pursue and were awarded the PMC, they would be conflicted out of the CM1.
Well, I know, but what I'm asking, can they bid on both, hoping to get at least one of them?
I think that's the case. That's correct. Yes, they can do that.
And there isn't any organization that is prohibited from bidding here?
Not that I know of. I don't know if Contracts is here or Don or somebody, but I'm pretty sure that, no, we actually did a huge event in Balboa Park with all the, to bring in minority contractors, specialty firms, promoting all our contract opportunities. Recently, this was the highlight of that event. I think we had about 400 participants on that event. But no, what it was stated was that if you're successful getting the PMC, you definitely will be conflicted out of the CM.
Okay, the reason why I asked that is because I heard comments that the bid has already been awarded, is what it sounded like, and that organizations were left out. And when I read it, I don't see that. What I see is that it's going out to bid and everybody has an opportunity now and it will be awarded later.
On the CM, that's correct. And I also, it may be confusing to some people thinking about the, oh, welcome from Contracts. There may be also confusion on the actual CMGC contract. We got the
So,
prime.
Chair, could I have a quick point of order? Did I just hear earlier that we pulled this item from the consent calendar? Is that what happened?
Oh,
Yes, that was.
Okay, so
we
this
can
item
go
is
ahead.
not on the consent calendar. So we're on the consent calendar. Can we maybe finish that? And then I
For
assume
sure.
we're going to talk about this when it comes up on our calendar.
sorry about that.
So, okay, so what we're going to do is, we've got 7 people up on the screen who want to speak. So that's a good point of order. Appreciate that. But we will also take number 7 after we vote on the rest of it. We're not going to trail it to the end to get this done. So why don't we let Second Vice Chair finish his comments, and then we'll go on to those who are up here that are not on number 7.
Okay, just to be clear, I understood. So if, for instance, when it comes to me in a few minutes, and if I want to talk on number 7, I should not talk on it now. I should wait until later on, correct?
As soon as
When
we
it,
then
when
call.
it comes up on our calendar
Yes.
or whenever you call it. All right, thank you.
Seems
Well,
kind of inefficient.
I'll say this, I think I'm finished. I think I made my point, and I think that's a correct point of order. I probably should have thought about that ahead of time before I followed up.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez, thank you. Second Vice Chair.
Thank you. My comments on consent item number 4. The city of Chula Vista on Tuesday officially took a position in support of SB 10, which would allow SANDAG to explore using revenue from Otay Mesa East to address the ongoing sewage pollution in the Tijuana River Valley. And while I fully support the legislative program as presented, particularly with the amendments on number 17 that strengthen our commitment to addressing this critical environmental issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go on to Mayor Duncan.
Thank you. I don't necessarily want to pull number 5 from the consent agenda, but I had a comment on it. I don't recall in the executive committee seeing it. It may well have been there, but when I look at attachment 2, I'm just exactly trying to figure out what is this document and what is the point of this document? Because it seems to be pretty messy and probably not updated to me. When I look at it and it, for instance, says the FY 2025 working groups and task force, and it has the Bayshore Bikeway Task Force. One, I'm not sure that actually exists any longer. And if it does exist, I'd be curious on when it last met. But for some reason, some of these list the membership in the committees and task force and others don't. But this particular one for the Bayshore Bikeway, which, obviously runs through Coronado, lists council member Mike Donovan on this committee. Mike's not a council member in Coronado currently. It lists Port of San Diego Commissioner Sandy Naranjo on this working group or task force. She's not on the Port of San Diego currently. There's others in there as well. I don't believe public member Mike Wywoody from Coronado was on this group any further. And there's others. I don't want to go through them, but I think if this is just like sort of an example of the groups we have or something, I get it. But if it's our 2025 groups, I think it should be updated and done, to where it reflects, reality of what's happening. And I know we brought up looking at these groups in prior meetings.
Thank you. That will be done. Supervisor Anderson.
I just want to make a clarification. I'm not the first seat. I'm an alternate. And my colleagues have all those positions. So over the last 4.5 years, I've made 99% of the meetings. So I'm sorry, they appointed themselves. They choose not to come. That's not on me. But I try to fill in for them as often as possible. And we do have a bill, but it's not going to move forward until everybody on this committee agrees that's what they want. There's no fanciness going, but we're very lucky to have Robin here. She lives in the unincorporated. I think that this board should look and see whether the county deserves to have a vote at all at SANDAG, because all we're doing is doubling down on cities where all my colleagues live. And nobody, if I wasn't on this board, would be representing with a vote from the unincorporated. And to your point, it's 600,000 people. They are without a vote, while we have cities that are much smaller that have a vote. And I think that if we want to pass a bond, we need to think about being inclusive and including everybody at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maxon.
Thank you. To follow up on Mayor Jones and Supervisor Anderson, we are a large unrepresented area as far as the level of representation that's around the table. But as legislation works its way and the executive committee starts to review, the unincorporated area, needs to have a full vote. Anything less is not really respectful of the citizens who are living in unincorporated areas. It's not as if when you buy a house, you go, gee, is this a city? And I'm going to be represented at SANDAG the way the other city folks are, or I'm in an unincorporated area. It's generally not a consideration at all. No one even knows that they're not in a city until they say, I'm unhappy and I want to go down to City Hall. And I say, well, gee, I'd like to see that place. Tell me when you find it, because there isn't a City Hall. We have the county, but the unincorporated area needs to be part of the conversation. So any conversations that go on at SANDAG and other areas about full representation and voting, please be sure that we're included. And thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you. I believe there is a motion to approve the balance of the consent. I'd like to second that motion.
Very good. Thank you. And Mayor Gasterland.
Yes, thank you. I do want to say that I strongly support that we pursue the ability to vote for Alpine, Boulevard, Campo Lake Marina, Crest, Dabasa Granite Hills, Harbison Canyon, Descanso, Fallbrook, Hamul de Raza, Julian, Lakeside, Pine Valley, Potrero, Rainbow, Ramona, San Dieguito, Spring Valley, Sweetwater, Valle de Oro, Valley Center, Bonsall, Borrego Springs, Jacumba, and Twin Oaks Valley. I wanted to read these names because when I first moved here 22 years ago, I was totally surprised when I learned that Ramona, Borrego Springs, these towns really had no representation at this level, and had no city council or town council. I learned a lot in my first couple of years moving to San Diego County. I would suggest that we as a board make strong and just clear and simple moves. I even wonder if we could do something as an amendment to SB 10. I just don't know. But I would suggest that we find a way to, in a streamlined way, give a vote to the 600,000 people who have these planning groups and have taken such a positive step forward. And I have a question. What is the weight of the county's vote? Is it these 600,000?
It's Amberlyn here. Amberlyn can probably answer it better. I can't give you the exact answer, so I know she tracks this all the time.
We can look it up, but maybe you can remind us when you have it. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll get back to you on that. Okay. And we're going to go on to the vote. We have a first and a second, but Councilmember Casares, would you like to make your statement?
I was just going to make a comment once we get to item 7. So since it's been
Oh,
pulled
to 7. Okay,
yes.
very good. All right. So please vote for items 1 through 6 plus 8 and use your devices.
The motion passes unanimously, those members present.
Okay, very good. Item number 7.
Maria and Janet, do you want to come in front?
Good morning. I'm realizing sometimes when we try to simplify things, we make them more complicated because I saw that there was a lot of confusion between the two actions that we were doing. It's 2 separate contracts. The construction management contract, we have not advertised it. We're following the process. We're coming here to ask you to allow us to proceed with the release of the RFQ. After we get the approval today, probably in the next few weeks, we'll go out with the advertisement and we'll reach out, and we usually reach out to 50, 60 companies. I mean, we follow our process through BidNet, and we make sure that as many people as possible are aware of the contract. So the construction management contract has not been advertised. The PMC was advertised, and the comments we heard is that they didn't want to participate in the project management contract, knowing that they would be excluded. If they were selected, they would be excluded from the CM contract, and that is twice as large, right? The PMC is estimated at 21 million. The CM right now is estimated at 50 million. I can't make assumptions on why they wouldn't try to get one and then try to get the second one. I don't know. Those are choices the consultants make. So we only got one consultant for project management.
I think also a comment that needs to be made is that, let's say the PMC one that we're asking to execute, all these contracts, including the CM, have an off-ramp. And in these times, you know, one of the very good question could be, well, what happens if the federal administration decides to not pursue this project right now? So right now, the team is just lining up the work that needs to be done right now, but it's not a commitment for the entire amount. And there are off-ramps for that. Now, due to the grants that we have obtained, if we just wait and to get a green light on everything from the federal government, we won't meet our timetables for the grants that we have. There are 2 grants, one for about 150 million and another one for about 160 million. The first one is a federal one. The second one is a state one. So what the team is doing is moving in steps as we can, but it's not committing the agency to expend the full amount of the contracts for in case something would to happen and there's longer delays on this project. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And I want to highlight the critical issue with the project management consultant. This consultant is going to be our independent cost estimator. As you know, OTMSIS is using a general CMGC, construction management general contractor process. That means we brought the contractor on board this month in February, and we need to start negotiating the cost for each construction package that is going out. In order to meet the funding tables that we have right now, we understand that there might be a delay in the future, but if we assume that we're staying with the September 30th allocation deadline, we need to start negotiating this cost now, and we need to have the independent cost estimator on board in order to do that. It's part of the process. So it is on the critical path. If we don't get the funding in September, we'll put everything on hold.
And was the PMC advertised to the same number of people as you normally advertise it through the same process?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on our procurement portal, and to reach out to the as many as vendor possible in our database. And at the same time, we'll advise that we also put it on the publications, quite a few, like 5 or 6 of them. So each audience has been reached.
Okay. What if we split these two, 7A and 7B, so that board members can express their opinion rather, so we can at least move on to part of it if half of it fails. Although we do have deadlines, that's what I'm hearing. Correct. Keep that in mind. All right, I'll go to Councilmember Cazares.
Thank you so much. I just really strongly believe in transparency, and so I wanted to share verbally that on both 7A and 7B, I'm going to be abstaining just to avoid any conflict of interest because my day job is associated with the Otay Mesa East point of entry. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you. I move approval. Now, you want to do this in two steps?
Yeah.
Okay. I do believe that staff has done its due diligence. It sounds like the report wasn't clear in terms of, because it was a very short report, that there was this follow-up, that there is this effort to be all-inclusive and get the word out. I would like to speak once here. So I would move approval. I guess A is the contract.
Is the construction management we would authorizing staff to release it for an RFQ.
Okay, this first one then is for the solicitation.
Yes.
Okay, and then the second one is a contract. Okay, so well, the first one is really easy. I think we need to do that. Everything needs to work on track time-wise, and these are very critical times. And every time that there is a delay, even for a month, the costs start to get higher and higher. We do have folks that came to speak, I think mostly on this one. And it does sound like staff has been really trying to get out there to get all businesses, small, large contractors, minority contractors, the information. So I definitely would like to get that out as soon as possible. And then also if staff can do even more to get the word out and be as transparent, that would be great. So my motion is to move approval on. Second.
First
on it.
Vice Chair LaCava.
I'll start out by seconding the motion. And then a couple of questions here that I haven't heard asked. The PMC contract in which there was only one submittal, how many people actually requested the RFP?
We have a total 58 vendors actually downloaded the documents, and we definitely will have some communication with the people just calling us to ask for where to locate the information, which we provided to them. So rest of it will be where all the vendors that our database has been notified by our bid portal system.
Okay, I think it was an important distinction between only one submitting and how many people were actually aware of this and requested it, and all, as was mentioned several times, opted not to actually file a submittal. And as you said, we don't really know why people didn't. The other part is, I assume, or did TY Lin have a number of subcontractors as part of their proposal?
Yes, they do have proposed a few subcontractors, yes.
Okay. And I suspect that if in fact the contract is awarded, that they would be open to other subcontractors approaching them, perhaps getting a piece of that large contract. Or would that violate SANDAG rules?
Yeah, because we evaluate as a whole team, they
Okay.
already have the subcontractors that they partner with. We do not really, or they will not reach out to other teams unless that is needed and also requested and approved by SANDAG. For now, we will just have the team that
Okay.
TY Lin proposed.
Do you happen to know how many subcontractors they had on their team?
I do not have that information at this moment.
Okay.
What was the target? Sorry.
And
Go ahead.
for DBEs, the target was
22.5%
25.
DBE goal.
Okay. I think as was mentioned, and as one of the newest board members, combining these probably didn't help. And then without the background that I think tends to make much more sense out of this whole process, gets me more and more comfortable with it. But we'll start with the construction management RFP.
Good. I've got two people on the board. Do you want to speak to 7A? Okay, Mayor Duncan.
Thank you. And so no, the vice chair just spoke about both. So are you saying don't speak about both now?
I'll speak about both, just,
I mean, whatever you want to do. I think when we have an agenda item and they're split, we should deal with one and then the next, but I'm happy to do my brief comments. They're brief. So one thing, I know this is only, it's slightly, maybe you may not think it's totally related, but I do. I guess my question is, or my comment to the CEO is, I think the board should be updated if we hear from the federal government that they do have issues or there's concerns or things are being delayed. Like I heard that, you know, the contract that the board approved previously has run into some issues, you know, with whether it's with Border Patrol signing or something happening. And I don't really know what that is and if that's accurate or not. Okay, so, all right, I guess, so I just am requesting that because we're voting on large expenditures, that if that happens in the future, that to me, the reason I asked is because you said earlier that we're not necessarily waiting for approval from them on everything. We need to keep things moving. I am for that. I agree with you. But if something comes up that is a hindrance, I think I would appreciate if the board could be informed.
No, and I informed in one of the past meetings, there are several grants that were awarded to SANDAG, excuse me, 33 years. It's hard to change sometimes, to SANDAG. And they range from the San Dieguito Bridge, the Besta Street Project, Palomar Crossing, Old Time Mesa East. All those grants were awarded and they're pending a grant agreement from DOT. And we're waiting for that. And talking to other NPOs, this is an issue that's going on across the board, that all the grant agreements are on hold in the US, and we're waiting to hear what the new guidelines are for that.
Thank you. And my final very brief comment is, and I know one of the public speakers mentioned, you know, this is like a great opportunity to, you know, cooperate and work closely with Mexico in the future. When I hear that, I just have to note, I think in the last 20 SANDAG meetings, we've had a representative from Mexico come to one. And, you know, I look at the empty chair, every single meeting across from me. And, you know, this project, when we approved it, we did have large discussions about potential toll allocations on the sewage issue and SB 10. And apparently, we're, you know, in our legislative, you know, support for it. So I don't know. I know you have closer discussions and negotiations, et cetera, with Mexico, which I do appreciate. And this isn't an anti-Mexico comment. I just do think it would be good to have them here, whether they want to hear what we have to say or not. I think it's important for them to hear. And the reason I mention that is right now we're having two extremely different messages from Mexico in regard to their plant at San Antonio de los Buenos, south of the border, which was promised originally to be online by October 1st. Then we were told it would 100% be online by April 1st. At the last IBWC Citizens Advisory Forum just 10 days ago, or 2 weeks ago. And then there was an article that came out last week that said, oh no, they bought the wrong pumps. They bought freshwater pumps and they're not passing the tests right now because they can't handle the sewage contaminated water. And, you know, again, it would be nice as that, you know, public commenter stated, if we actually did have a dialogue and a relationship with them, and they actually had somebody sit in the empty chair for, you know, more than once every year.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Second Vice Chair, you have a.
Yeah, I just have a really one question, not a question, but a follow-up. Because I was concerned that the Black Contractors Association said they weren't part of the, you know, process and that it appeared to be a sole source. Could we just do a follow-up with them and ask them why maybe they didn't hear about it? Because maybe there's something that we missed there and we want to make sure everybody's included. And you don't even have to report, I guess, back to the board unless there was some really big glitch that we need to help facilitate better communication with. But I think it's just good to do a follow-up on that, make sure that we know why they felt that it was sole source and not included. So that's it. Thanks.
For sure. And just two comments. One is, and I think this is another point of confusion, is the CMGC is the one that's actually going to do the actual work, and it's going to require contractors. And CMGC, it hasn't yet done their outreach. We selected the prime. We have a target, but we are still waiting from the federal government to give us what is the actual target and requirements. So then they're going to be approaching the different contractors. These two contracts are more of a specialty architectural and engineering part of the contract. Regarding the comment of Mexico, we'll go back and get the information. I do want to mention that we have a staff person from the consulate here in the room, but they are not the alternate to sit on the dais.
Can I add a little bit of detail? The contractor, the CMGC, has to go and do a subcontracting plan for us. The reason they haven't gone out yet is we're figuring out the process for the NDAs that everybody's going to have to sign with Customs and Border Protection. So we have this added layer of complexity because of the security issues. So that's the reason they haven't gone out yet. Now, we think we have a path forward for the NDAs, and soon they'll be doing the events for the subcontractors.
It's a complicated process. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote on 7A, and then hopefully we'll get a motion and a second for 7B.
The motion passes with Escondido no and La Mesa abstaining.
Very
Chair,
good.
is it possible just to see the language of the motion we passed one more time?
uh,
I apologize.
sure.
I just am confused by what was up on the screen.
It was to release solicitation for the construction management. Do we have that?
So and the reason I'm sorry, I'll wait till see it if it's going to come back up. Can I go and make my one comment then while we're waiting to save time?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So the reason I was confused by the language up there is it said for the CEO to solicit and then to award it. And when I look at the report in our package for item number 7, it says solicitations valued at 5 million or more are brought to the Board of Directors for approval prior to advertisement, and then again prior to the contract award, which seems to be in conflict with the motion that we were just passing.
The motion was for the 2 contracts, so this is making everything very confused. We want to award the PMC contract, but
That was my motion.
and then we want to release the CM contract.
Yeah, I
So
think I
maybe
understand
we
that. I
separate.
think we should have the motion that's up that we're voting on should actually accurately reflect what we're talking about, and it did not to me.
Okay, can you please type that and put it up?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that that was the motion that was on the floor and that was seconded and that we all voted on. So it's just the language that you're concerned about to make sure for the record.
I think it's not a big request and it's 100% appropriate to be able to see the motion.
I
There was
was
a
just
conflicted one put up on the
just
screen. So
clarifying.
I appreciate your comments.
We're
but
waiting for it.
we're-
Thank
I
you, Mayor
appreciate it.
Duncan.
Thank you.
Mayor Jones, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well, I actually voted yes, but if it's to award it, I didn't get that part of it. So it's just to
not.
go out
It's
for
just to
bid.
Go out to go for bid.
Okay, all right, thank you. But I agree. it should
We
be on
having
the s-
technical
on the
problems
screen.
here? Can somebody read it? Could this clerk read it? And then we could all, okay, there we go. Asked to authorize the chief executive officer to conduct the solicitation as outlined in the report. So is anybody uncomfortable with their vote?
Well, I will vote on that. That was not what was up there. when
Yeah,
we
this
voted.
still has the contract award, the second part of it, which is going to be 7B. Contract award for project management consultant. My understanding is that's going to be the second motion.
Okay, yes, yes.
Then let's put up the B also.
Yep. Mayor Jones, are you still up? No, okay, can you please clear the board? Okay, may I have a motion for 7B, which would be, could the clerk please read it? Or the attorney or somebody please read it.
They're writing it right now.
Okay.
as We're speaking.
Is asked to authorize the CEO to conduct the solicitation. Nope, that's the other
No,
one. That's
this one though will be
Oh.
to award the PMC,
Yeah.
which was one company was the one who bid.
to award
Yes.
TY Lin.
That's B.
That's correct.
7B is up, so if you can read it. And may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Mayor Sanchez, may I have a second? Second by Chavez, please vote.
The motion passes with Del Mar, Escondido, San Marcos, no, La Mesa abstaining.
Okay, now we're on to the Lausanne item.
I have a point of order, Chair.
Yes, please, Mayor Gasterlin.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be reading a statement that was approved by our city council in an evening meeting last night. Today, the SANDAG board is being asked to consider and provide direction on 5 rail alignment options, including a no project alternative, to advance to an NOP that will be reissued in the coming months. Notably, the Lausanne Rail Realignment Project and the alternatives under consideration have the potential to disproportionately and adversely impact the Del Mar community's quality of life, tourism, local businesses, tax revenue, property values, and significantly impact our unique and sensitive coastal resources. Some of the significant impacts to take into consideration include, but are not limited to, increases to toxic air pollutants, freight trains underneath residential homes, traffic impacts, taking of significant private and public property, wetland and coastal resource impacts, and unknown geotechnical vulnerabilities in sandstone bluffs, and a host of other significant impacts discussed in the comment letter that was provided by the city for this agenda item and sent to all board members last night at 6:45 p.m. You were encouraged to read this letter in advance of making your decision today. Del Mar is a responsible agency under CEQA for this project, which will require the city to consider approval of an amendment to our local coastal program under the California Coastal Act, including issuance of coastal development permits and a range of other approvals that no other stakeholder for this project has direct jurisdiction over. As such, for the city to select or influence any particular route before the draft environmental impact report is released could unduly prejudice our role as a responsible agency. It is the city's intent to keep all of its options open to preserve any challenges we may later wish to make in protecting the city's interest. Accordingly, on behalf of Del Mar, I will be abstaining from voting on this matter, and thus I will not be present for this discussion. So thank you to my fellow board members. Thank you to those of you who reached out. And please take this extremely seriously. Councilmember Martinez asked me last night if I was nervous, and I said, no, I'm not nervous because I really like my fellow SANDAG board members a lot. But boy, clearly, this is very important to Del Mar. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario?
Just a comment, and thank you, Mayor Gasterland, for that. We appreciate that comment, but it is that we need to make also the comment that as we recognize that Coastal Commission has delegated authority to some coastal cities, we also need to acknowledge that Coastal Commission recognizing projects that traverse through several cities created or approved a public works plan for the North Coast Corridor, which included the I-5 lagoon restorations, as well as the Lausanne Realignment Project. And so that was approved. So I think we need to work between the city, Coastal Commission, and ourselves to understand that gray area of where the responsibility lies on the approval. We acknowledge the comments. We got a letter from Mayor Gasterland last night, but we also want to put on the table that there is a public works plan that was approved by Coastal Commission with this project included there. And, you know, in later occasions, we can come and discuss this more in detail. But thank you, and I just needed to also do that point of comment.
Thank you. And now I will turn it over to you, Mario, to introduce the item.
Thank you. Today we are presenting, as you know, the realignment project. The team is here with us. Maria, Danny, and Keith have been working pretty hard, as well as we have legal, Liz and Samantha also available for any questions, as well as Amberlyn. I want to just give some background. The team worked in 2023 on the alternative analysis. They did a substantial amount of outreach. In June 2024, they released the notice of preparation for this project. We held a public meeting. It was my third or second day or fourth day at work, and I've never been in a public meeting for an NOP with more than 400 people. So it was quite a shocker, and I was impressed. During that process, we also received more than 1,500 comments regarding this project. After seeing all this board asked us to go and relook at the project. We elected to follow a process which is a value analysis, where we brought in the technical experts from the different coastal cities where this project is impacting, and the team will go over all that in detail. And they discuss some of the principles and some of the alternatives. I have to highlight that in the last 15 years, the board has approved more than 30 Lawson-related projects, from bus stabilizations to double tracking. It has approved 15.6 miles of double track that are now open for service in this alignment, and it has approved, budgeted, or awarded about $1.5 billion of projects to deliver these Lawson projects. 82% of those funds are state and federal, recognizing the strategic point of this route. $4.9 billion worth of goods go through this line, as well as we have commitments, SANDAG and North County Transit, to be able to not interfere with the freight services. If we were to do this, we would require consultation with the Federal Surface Transportation Board, as well as the Department of Defense, saying that because the military depends on this alignment. So today, we are coming with the results of the PA, but also what we learned and what we really appreciate from the different cities, that we have had engagements and a lot of correspondence and a lot of ideas. Even last night, Coastal Commission sent us a letter where they expressed concerns with the double tracking of the existing alignment. The team is going to look into that. We got the letter, I don't know, about 5 o'clock, something like that. So the team is going to look at it. Most probably it won't make it to the NOP as an alternative after the team evaluates and consults with the Coastal Commission. But this is the spirit of the environmental document process. Sometimes it's difficult, confusing, messy, and very long. But what the team is here to present today is the beginning of a journey. Some of us have worked on projects for a long time, and projects of this magnitude, by the time that the NOP gets released and we cut a ribbon, it could be 20 to 25 years. We hope we could do it faster, but it just gives you the idea. So today the team is presenting what are those goals they will be looking into the reissuing an NOP. Some options have come out and were sent to the public as well as to you. And again, we have worked very closely with the residents of Del Mar. They came up with some great ideas that we're putting in this report that we put in, that there are some alternatives that we will be exploring in addition before we issue the NOP and post NOP. So just to allow the team to proceed, this is the beginning of a conversation, And what we're really asking the board is to provide inputs and guidance so we can pursue and continue the further analysis and the actual process. We have to start a new NOP process so the official window begins on the project. The official consultation begins. There's record of that, and we just keep moving with it. Are the lines that are shown in front of you the ones where the alignment's going to be? We don't know. We don't have enough information, and it could change during this process. So that's very important that we highlight that. And I'll pass it on, Chair. I don't know if you have any other comments.
Yeah, just a couple of things. First, I want to just really thank you so much for your influence over this process and bringing the value analysis study to this process. And I want to thank everybody who participated, our team here, and as well as all of the stakeholders that participated. They included public works directors, city managers, community development directors, some electeds. There were tunneling experts, geology experts, hydrology experts, and so forth. And we had meetings starting in September all the way through December. We met 14 times. That's a huge commitment and a lot of work. So a lot of analysis has gone into what has come out of this, which is the staff recommendation, which our staff will go into. And what Mario said, I would like to emphasize, and that is that we are in the beginning of a journey, and a lot of the public comments ask a lot of questions. The answers to those will be provided in the next stage, which is the EIR. It'll take about 30 months, as you'll hear. I'm giving a little preview. And all of the questions like how many houses would be impacted? Will there be vibration? How deep would it go? Is there flood risk? All of those things will be answered during that time. So right now we're looking at getting started. What are we going to put in? We just heard that maybe the double track on the bluff, which is part of staff recommendation, would not ultimately, but we're not going to take it out of staff recommendation, or are we?
The team is going to evaluate the letter. It's going to communicate with Coastal to get clear what their message was. And from that point, they will evaluate if they include it or not, or if it doesn't have merits for the notice of preparations to be included as one of the alternatives.
So we have a staff recommendation that will not be changing, but that could change through the process, is what you're saying.
I want to highlight this, very important. I think what we're most coming is for guidance on the goals. The alignments are there. Yes, we can most probably, and Keith can tell me if I'm right or wrong, we could take out the double tracking with the letter, but I don't know if you will need to consult more on that. But the point is, we have some alignments that are presented. There are the beginning of the conversation, and those alignments, we will need to evaluate if we add or we subtract from this beginning point.
For instance, the new yellow line, there has been a lot of comment on adjusting that yellow line. I don't know if we would call that a modification to the modification or whatever, but you guys will address that and speak in your presentation. So without further ado, I will turn it over to staff, and then we will go to public comments, and then we'll go to board discussion.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Maria Rodriguez, the director.
Please move it really close to you.
Okay. Maria Rodriguez, Director of Mega Projects, Border and Goods Movement. So as Mario mentioned, today we'll start the presentation with the overview of the value analysis study. We're going to show the results and what we learned from it. Then we'll present the alignments that SANDAG staff is recommending to move forward into the environmental process to further study them. And we'll ask the board for feedback on direction on the project goal, objectives, and these alignments. With me, my team members, Keith Greer, Deputy Director of Environmental Compliance, Jenny Vey, the Laws and Rail Realignment Program Manager, and Robert Stewart is online. He's the President and CEO of the Value Management Strategies, who facilitated the value analysis. Robert has 35 years of experience and has facilitated more than 800 value analysis studies, and he leads the value analysis program for Caltrans for the past 25 years. So let me pass it on to Robert to begin the presentation, and then we'll go into staff recommendations later.
Great. Thank you, Maria. So as was mentioned, I facilitated this value analysis study. We began in September, and over a 3-month period and numerous workshops and meetings, finished up with a feedback meeting in December. Basically, the whole approach to this was to bring aboard a lot of our key stakeholder groups, our cities, and other entities to really take a technically driven, fresh look at alternative concepts to deal with the current situation, as well as to revisit some of the project objectives, which we'll talk about momentarily. And so basically all of the work that went into that effort was presented in a final value analysis study report, which has been released to the public. Next slide. So the process itself is really looking at the premise of total value, and that includes not just cost, but also looking at performance and outcomes, looking at time and schedule, as well as looking at risk and uncertainty. And so we tried to look at a broad range of possibilities for consideration. So the team, as I mentioned, was comprised of technical representatives from a variety of different entities represented here today. I will note that all of them provided or were involved, with the exception of the City of Oceanside and MTS. They opted out. But the technical folks that represented these groups was further supported by additional subject matter experts representing various other technical disciplines related to rail and tunnels and things like that. Next slide. So again, the stated project goal is to maintain and enhance passenger and freight service along the San Diego segment of the Low San Rail Corridor. And then the objectives that we began with, we began with the objectives that were identified in the original NOP. There was a lot of interest expressed by our stakeholder groups in revisiting those. So as one of the first activities we did as part of our workshop process was to invite their feedback to look at how we might revise and improve on these project objectives. So I'll just touch on the 7 that came out of that effort. So number 1 is to improve rail service reliability by minimizing risks from climate change, including consideration of sea level rise, flooding, and the stability of the coastal bluffs. Number 2 was to maintain passenger rail service to Solana Beach and Sorrento Valley, and to accommodate direct rail access to the Del Mar Fairgrounds while minimizing disruptions to passenger and freight service during construction. Number 3 was to minimize impacts to existing homes, businesses, tourism, and major economic generators, including the fairgrounds and transportation facilities during and after construction. Number 4 was really focusing on some of the broader environmental considerations. So that was to avoid and or minimize negative effects, and where possible, enhance biological, cultural, and recreational resources of national, state, or local significance, including publicly owned parks, recreational trails, beaches, wetlands, ecological reserves, wildlife and waterfowl refuges, and any publicly or private owned historic sites listed or eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. Number 5 was to help meet the goals of the regional plan and the California State Rail Plan by increasing passenger and freight train capacity, further reducing travel times, improving reliability, and considering existing and planned investments. Number 6 was looking at improving coastal access and safety by eliminating at-grade railroad crossings and minimizing points of interaction between rail and all other modes of transportation. And finally, number 7, to demonstrate good public stewardship by delivering the project in a timely way that considers prior and ongoing investments, construction, right-of-way operations, and maintenance costs. So the process yielded initially over 200 ideas that were generated by the workshop participants. Through a series of evaluation activities, we narrowed that down initially to 26 concepts, which we then further analyzed, and that eventually narrowed down to the 16 alternatives that were presented in the report. Next slide. So this map just shows an overview of some of the things that were considered. The colored circles on the left represent north tunnel portals. The triangles on the right represent south tunnel portals, and the interconnecting lines represent the various options that were considered that involve tunnels, as well as some additional surface concepts, including looking at moving it along I-5 and maintaining it on the bluffs. So these were the 16 that came out of the initial effort and were included in the report. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to the SANDAG staff.
Thank you. As you heard from Robert, we learned a lot of technical information through this value analysis process, and we did develop 16 alternatives. But it's hard to take 16 alternatives into an environmental document process. So we draw conclusions from this study. And what we saw is that 3 things came to the top, and there was consensus around these key themes. The objectives to minimize impacts to private property, including subsurface easements, minimize disruptions to economic generators, such as Del Mar Fairgrounds, and demonstrate public stewardship by minimizing conflicts with prior and ongoing investments. Taking the value analysis study into account, all prior studies and public feedback from the notice of preparation, SANDAG staff has developed a range of alternatives for the board of directors to consider moving into the environmental process. 3 of these 4 lines that you see here are refinements of alternatives identified in the value analysis study. The yellow line is an alignment that was previously studied in the programmatic EIR conducted by Caltrans back in 2007. And it was revisited in the alternatives analysis in 2023. This yellow line I want to highlight, it follows the spirit of alternative A, which was to avoid private property impacts in Del Mar, and then getting into a tunnel under the I-5. The 4 lines were selected by SANDAG staff to align because we feel they align best with the objectives and those key themes I showed in the prior slide. But now I'll pass it on to Danny so he can give us some details on these 4 lines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maria. So at the conclusion of the value analysis, staff has taken all these lessons learned, as Maria said, and the key themes that came out of the value analysis to develop these preliminary draft proposed alternatives that you see on the slide right now. I want to emphasize that these are still in development. We are still making refinements, and we will continue to do that throughout the environmental process. But let's review the lines starting from the top of the slide, which are no particular order of preference. Okay, so first we'll start with the yellow line. This is the San Dieguito Bridge to I-5 Knoll. So in the north, this line ties into the San Dieguito double track bridge. It makes a curve to cross over Jimmy Durante Boulevard on an elevated structure, and then follows along San Dieguito Drive in the edge of the San Dieguito Lagoon. This would include an elevated structure before entering a tunnel portal near Racetrack View Drive. The tunnel would then continue under I-5 to the I-5 Knoll portal, which is located along the edge of the Los Penasquitos Lagoon, and connect with existing tracks in Sorrento Valley. This proposed alternative aims to minimize impacts to the fairgrounds, preserves prior and ongoing investments, and avoid going under homes by following existing transportation corridors. To show the potential connection at the San Dieguito Bridge, this map shows 2 lines at the northern end of the alignment that will be further analyzed during the environmental process. Staff will continue to explore different design refinements as we move this project forward in order to achieve the project objectives. All right, next, the blue line. This is under Crest Canyon. In the north, this line connects to the San Dieguito double track bridge, and then it dives down into a trench and will enter a tunnel portal under Jimmy Durante Boulevard. This line is different than prior alignments as it more closely follows under Crest Canyon to reduce the number of subsurface easements. It is similar but not identical to several concepts that were identified in the value analysis. The tunnel would then resurface at the I-5 Knoll portal and connect with that double track in Sorrento Valley. Next, the pink line, this is under Camino del Mar. In the north, this line connects to the San Diego double track bridge, dives down into a trench with that same portal under Jimmy Durante Boulevard. This underground alignment more closely follows under Camino del Mar to reduce the number of subsurface easements. Again, this alignment would surface then at the Torrey Pines Road West portal, which was a portal that was identified in the value analysis in order to avoid surface impacts. The double track would then continue along a bridge and berm across Los Penasquitos Lagoon, following the existing railroad corridor to Sorrento Valley. Next is the green line. This is Del Mar Bluffs double track reinforced. So this alignment maintains the current alignment, but adds double track along the bluffs and through Los Penasquitos Lagoon. It does not include portals or tunnels. And that was a theme that came out of the value analysis, to look at some concept that doesn't involve a tunnel. So starting near Camino del Mar, near the Camino del Mar overcrossing, this alignment adds a double track just west of the existing single track along the bluffs. The alignment keeps the rail in the existing right-of-way, but requires more substantial seawalls and bluff stabilization to ensure long-term resiliency. It also requires a grade separation at Coast Boulevard with tracks going under the roadway. Then the double track would continue along a bridge and berm across Los Penasquitos Lagoon, following the railroad corridor to Sorrento Valley. And this was a concept that was identified in the value analysis study. Next, I'd like to highlight the no-build alternative. The no-build would require continued bluff stabilization beyond the existing work currently underway to protect the existing single-track alignment for the long term. The no-build would not add double track along the bluffs or within Los Penasquitos Lagoon. Okay, and then the next slide here is the costs of these preliminary staff alternatives. These are rough order magnitude costs, full project costs, estimated for the time of construction, which was several years out. So the San Diego Bridge to I-5 Knoll cost ranges from $3.8 billion to $5.1 billion. The under Crest Canyon alignment, $3.7 to $5.0 billion. The under Camino del Mar alignment, $3.3 to $4.4 billion. And the Del Mar Bluffs double track reinforced, $1.9 to $2.5 billion. And staff are continuing to refine these preliminary draft alternatives. I also, before we move on to this one, I just wanted to mention that we've conducted stakeholder outreach in communities over the past several weeks, and we wanted to provide information in order to provide information about this VA process. And during these events, as Mario has mentioned, there was alignments that were north of the San Diego Bridge to the I-5 Knoll portal were mentioned. And I just want to reiterate that staff will be continuing to refine these proposed alignments of all those comments that we heard during those past few meetings, during the original scoping process with the 1,500 comments, as well as comments that we hear today. And next, I'm going to pass it to Keith Greer, who can talk about where we're going next.
Thank you, Danny. Good morning, board. That's on closing this presentation. I want to spend a couple of minutes talking about the possible next steps for this project. So I want to highlight that we're just at the beginning of the environmental process, and we know there's a lot of questions that you as the board members and the public have, and we will be able to better address those once we do some technical analysis. But we can't do those technical analysis until we know what alternatives or alignments we're looking at, so we can figure out the footprint and then do that analysis. So Mario mentioned the environmental process is long and complicated, and in his words, it's messy, but it's also methodical. It's not rash, and it's comprehensive. It involves multiple inputs and an iterative process with the stakeholders, as you can see here, showing in the green boxes here. And the project gets refined over the environmental process. So as we learn more, we try to avoid any potential impacts. We try to minimize those impacts, and ultimately to mitigate if possible. And that's the involvement that Mario was talking about, this journey of the environmental process itself. So we're still at the very beginning. There's no decisions have been made. We don't even have a recommended project alignment to you. So what are the next steps? So depending on what you do today as a board, SANDAG will prepare a revised notice of preparation. And this is the document that seeks public input from the federal, state, and local governments and agencies, as well as the general public on a proposal. And the proposal is what's shown here in your recommended staff report here. And for a 45-day public review. We have a scoping period. It's the period we scope out the environmental process. What should be included in the environmental document? What public would you like us to know as we're starting that process? That scoping period also includes a scoping meeting. We had one of those back last June. We'll have another one. We'll have an opportunity at that meeting to present more of what we have with the project, get input from the public. It all becomes part of a formal recorded methodology. So all comments I've mentioned will be included in what's called a scoping report. And that scoping report will help us continue to refine the alternatives included in the future EIR. The scoping report is also provided as an attachment to the draft document, so there's a history of how things have evolved. After the scoping period, we'll be going to about a 12 to 18th month of technical studies. And these are things that the chair mentioned already, things like noise studies and vibration studies, geology, biology, cultural resources. There's literally a dozen of these type of technical studies, which will help us understand more about the potential impacts of this project and how we can avoid and minimize those impacts. All those technical studies, they get wrapped up into and summarized into the draft environmental document, which puts, to layperson's terms, these technically sophisticated documents. That document we anticipate will come out in about 30 months from now. And it will also include an opportunity for a public to have another meeting on the draft environmental document where we tell them what we found, what the content and extent of the environmental impacts are, and then get their feedback on what we should consider as we finalize that document. That draft EIR is going to be out for a minimum of 45 days. And again, it goes out, we'll have a public scoping meeting for that as well. So all the comments we received on the draft document, they all get summarized and addressed in writing and become part of what we call the final environmental document that we provide to you as SANDAG board for your consideration on the part of the project, so you understand the consequences of your actions in the future. That'll take approximately 36 months to bring that draft, final environmental document back to you. Finally, it's SANDAG's intent to prepare one environmental document. So we've been talking about the state process, which SANDAG's kind of charge of. We're the state lead agency for California Environmental Quality Act. There's a parallel process here for the federal government. That's called the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. So we continue to meet with our state and federal agencies to identify the federal lead agency, as it's called, for the NEPA process, and to align both the state process and the federal process together so we can prepare one document as opposed to having two separate documents, which doesn't mean very efficient. In closing, though, I want to thank the value analysis study members there for the participation and collaboration on this study. They really were engaged and they were solution-oriented professionals. And we appreciate their collaboration and commitment to help working on this real difficult and challenging problem and project we have here. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation back to Maria for some final closing remarks.
So we really appreciate all the interest in the project, and we know there are thousands of questions, and they're very technical and specific questions that, as many team members today have highlighted, we need to begin the environmental document so we can do the study and answer those questions. So today, we're asking the board to allow SANDAG staff to focus the EIR study around the recommended alignments, the goals and objectives that we have developed. And that concludes the presentation for today.
Thank you so much, team. We'll now go to public comments. Michael, could you please give us a summary of how many in-person and online comments we have?
We have 21 in person and we have 10 online.
Very good. Please call the first in person.
The first up is Alan, followed by John Stahl.
Chair, if I may, a point of order, and then Francesca, before you start my time, please, if you can hold up. The February 3rd report, the full 200-page report is not in today's agenda. Can we put it into public record? Because most folks speaking today are not aware of that 200-page plus report. It should be in today's, I don't know if you want to set before we start. Chair?
There's a link.
Yeah, but it's not included today as public record. There's a point I'm making. February 3rd is that report, but nobody here has seen that report. All I'm asking is please put it into public record, today's report.
We'll
for
listen to your
February 3rd.
comment.
Okay,
We'll look
thank
through
you
it.
so much, Chair. Okay, first off, I know we can get the funding. I'm pretty sure a few people were kind of suspecting where I'm going to. Last week, Sean Duffy, DOT, denied the high-speed toilet funds. Billions and billions of dollars. That's where you can get the money to move the railroad track now. Look at my email. I linked that full report that included all 16 routes and not the 5 favorite routes that you have. Is this what we're asking the people? The 5 routes and not including moving the entire thing over to the I-5 corridor and not crisscrossing under the freeway, but parallel to save money and time? A few people here voted on that to make that one of the agenda items, but it's not in today's report. Why not? Nobody wants a train track next to $1 million thoroughbreds. That ain't gonna happen. Good luck with that. The yellow line you're talking about. Good luck with putting under $1 billion homes under Del Mar, La Jolla. You're not gonna do that either. Take the funds that got removed from the high-speed toilet and you can use that. And don't go to the governor. You can go and CC the governor because you can actually send a letter to the DOT direct. If a few people have a little bit of heart and a little bit of sense, send a letter to the DOT, say, we want that funding here because it's safety. Look at my email. How many people watched that video, your presentation from last year, showing the bluff collapse, showing the piling's failure, showing everything from your own people that presented that video? Did anybody here look at it? It's in my email. It's linked in there, as well as the 200+ report that you're refusing to show the people here. Do something and do the right thing. We've been talking about this for what, 5 years since Todd Gloria? I've been raising hell about it. I killed the injury report back then, and a week later, somebody called the governor, got $300 million to move the railroad tracks. And what did you do? You're talking about double tracking across the wildlife refuge? That's going to be ripped down when you do move the track. Why are you wasting our money? Why are you wasting people's lives? And oh, by the way, your old time Mesa Crossing, I thought you guys were about training.
Time has expired. Next is John Stahl, followed by Camilla Rang.
Good morning, everyone. Before the big vote today, I wanted to take a short survey. By a show of hands, would any board member vote today to run freight trains under the homes and heart of their city? Let the record show that no one raised their hand. By a show of hands, would any board member vote today to irreparably scar the most iconic park in your town? Let the record show that no one raised their hand. And lastly, by a show of hands, would any board member vote today to authorize eminent domain for 50 or more homes in the heart of your city? Let the record show that no one raised their hand. If your town is more than 4,000 people, just use a multiplier to equate the scale of devastation. This is our Palisades fire. SANDAG gave us 16 options in the value analysis, 14 of which run a double-tracked rail line through the heart of Del Mar. Of the 5 recommended presented this week to our town, 2 destroy the heart of our city, 1 diminishes our iconic Seagrove Park, 1 will certainly raise the ire of the fairgrounds at some point, and the last one is a nothing burger that accomplishes nothing. Nobody in Del Mar is trying and advocating to run a rail line through the fairgrounds. This elevated trestle is 19th century thinking. We need a 21st century solution. Please don't accept at face value the hyperbole and fear-mongering coming from the fairgrounds and the city of Solana Beach. To balance out the options for realignment, please reinstate Route A, remove any option that double tracks the bluff, and make a serious effort to study the yellow line being proposed by my colleagues. With your vote today, please afford to Del Mar the same level of fairness and empathy that you want for your own town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Camilla Rang, followed by Carol Carriage.
Please don't do any responses like clapping if you can help yourself, please. Just please speak to the, when it's your turn. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead from your device. You should be able to. Go ahead. You should be able to share, Ms. Rang.
Yeah, I have. Okay.
You want to,
Okay, I see now. It should be up. I have clicked on share screen. Do you see it?
I'm sorry, Ms. Rang, we're not seeing it.
Okay, let me give it one more try, otherwise we're gonna.
Is there anything you can submit for the record?
No. Can I come over?
Why don't we call the next
Let's-
speaker and you can try and get that worked out?
Carol Rang, or I'm sorry, Carol Carriage.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you likely know, throughout our state, climate changes have been wreaking havoc in coastal towns.
Carol, can you put the mic closer
Whoops.
to you?
Is
Thanks.
this better?
Yeah.
Should I start all over? Okay,
Please restart our time.
please. Okay. Thank you once again for the opportunity to speak. I'm Carol Carriage. I live in Del Mar and I have for over 40 years. As you likely know, throughout our state, climate changes have been wreaking havoc in coastal towns, including Del Mar, as our bluff is failing. We are now being asked for input on where we would recommend a new pathway for the train with an increase to 100 trips a day, including freight. I'm concerned about the safety of the hillside, not just the bluff, and the possibility of disaster in our town. We're being warned by state and local scientists of the likelihood that coastal towns, California coastal towns, may experience landslides, the possibility of extreme weather, including unpredictable volatile atmospheric river storms, and in the beach area, sea level rise, high tides, stormy seas, and groundwater flooding. We are also being warned of more frequent and stronger Santa Ana windstorms, raising our risk of fire in Del Mar even higher. These unpredictable events are occurring throughout other towns in California right now. Most of our town sits on the westerly side of a steep hillside, and many of us are starting to observe more erosion on our slopes, more frequent sinkholes in our gardens, increased groundwater flooding when it rains, and now have witnessed at least 4 mudslides on our hillside. Given this possible cluster of risk factors for disaster, I believe that the safest path for the train, for our residents, for train passengers, cargo, and essential military equipment would be to avoid any coastal hillside, to avoid endangering environmentally sensitive lagoons, and I believe the tracks need to be moved further north and inland. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rang, let's try again.
I think you have to upgrade me to attendee first, right?
We're working on that right now.
Okay. Yeah, well.
There you go. We're keeping
Yeah,
time.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Good morning, board members. Please do not approve of the list the Lawson staff just recommended. Do not approve of double tracking the bluff, the green line. Not only will this take down several homes along the bluff that are within the right of way, but environmental study of the double tracking the bluff was already done and shut down 18 years ago due to the required major construction, seawalls, and drastic changes to existing environment. And nothing has changed for the better in regards to the condition of the bluff since then. Additionally, you accepted $300 million state grant to show how to relocate the railroad off the bluff, not how to keep it on the bluff. To use that grant study to study how to keep the train on the bluff will be breach of contract. Also, less than 2 years ago, in exchange for permission from Coastal Commission for seawalls in stabilization phase 5, you committed to take down these same seawalls within 30 years. And I read a letter yesterday from Coastal Commission that told you to drop it. Also, excuse me. Please do not keep any routes that require SANDAG overtaking and demolishing people's homes, both in Del Mar and Del Mar Terrace, which is located in the city of San Diego. The only routes that did not require eminent domain was Route A or 14, which Solana Beach and the fairground eliminated, and another recently added yellow line, thanks to Mr. Orso. Del Mar is requesting the same favor. Del Mar is requesting to eliminate roads that demolishes people's homes. Left is the yellow line, which with some modification will work beautifully for everyone involved. Let's focus on functional variations of the yellow line that stays away from homes and the lagoon. There are already several solutions using the same curvature as now in the nearby Carroll Canyon. Please, it only takes one brave person of you to stand up and make a motion to only focus
Thank you,
on
Ms. Rang.
functional
Your time has
variations
expired.
of the yellow line.
Next
Thank
up
you.
is Truth, followed by Beth Westberg.
Right, asking anyone to come to a conclusion about these new 1.5 billion to over 5 billion options with SANDAG maps that lack satellite or street view photos to show an actual geographic layout is intentional negligence. SANDAG came in with a tunnel workshop on day one. Why would SANDAG automatically propose an idea that will likely harm communities? It's the same concept as the OME toll. SANDAG should not be trying to minimize negative effects. It should be avoiding negative effects and implementing a required mitigation fund for impacted businesses and residents. Following a highway for any mode of public transit is always the smartest choice because the homes and businesses were there first. Nobody wants to travel via a tunnel with no view anyway. That's akin to a trolley with ads on the windows. Would cell service go out in a tunnel just like it does on the trolley? What is the expectation for ridership? How would a 33-minute trip to or from Oceanside be possible when it currently takes an hour? The final value analysis does not include a FEMA fire map. And what about soil or earthquake concerns? Cutting through above or below a lagoon is intentional environmental disturbance and destruction. The Fair State minions are now mad at Del Mar, perhaps including Michael Gelfand, a big-time donor to corrupt local Democratic politicians like Todd Gloria. But the federal government may pull any or all of their share of funding for this project, and we won't have to talk about it anymore. From SANDAG's May 2023 Anti-Displacement Best Practices Report, quote, defining displacement, direct or physical causes, eminent domain. Best practices, avoiding direct forced displacement, end quote. The coaster and the surfliner are not worth the expensive cost, long frequencies, and destruction of homes and environment. SANDAG and NCTD need to lessen the eminent domain threat to property owners by creating a more efficient and more affordable form of transportation like an updated version of a trolley. This entire outdated project, just like the airport transit connection, is leftover garbage from Assam that needs to be dumped. The newbies here don't even understand this project yet. So it's time to think outside the tunnel box other than what was presented. Thank you.
Next is Beth Westberg, followed by Mark Rittenbaum.
Hi, Honorable SANDAG Board of Trustees. My name is Beth Westberg, and I live on the boundary between the city of San Diego and Del Mar. I'm here to advocate for an alignment that runs from the San Diego Bridge to the southern I-5 Knoll Portal and doesn't harm citizens, cities, and the environmentally sensitive lagoons. I support the proposed yellow line alignments that go under and or around the north side of the San Diego Ecological Reserve Lagoon. I hope you were able to read the comments I sent to each of you regarding the environmental issues raised by SANDAG itself concerning the San Diego Ecological Reserve. One of SANDAG's missions is to quote, minimize impacts to existing homes, businesses, tourism, and major economic generators, including the Del Mar Fairgrounds, unquote. SANDAG specifically mentions the fairgrounds, but I assume that the cities of Del Mar and Solana Beach are also major economic generators. Are their contributions being considered? And is it true that the train cannot encroach on even an inch of the fairground property? Not even under or over a parking lot? With the fairgrounds getting a special events platform, will the loss of a few parking spots be material? And does it make sense to finally remove the train from the Los Penasquitos Lagoon, only to turn around and put a train through the San Diego Ecological Reserve Lagoon? In conclusion, I fully support a route from the San Diego Bridge to the southern I-5 Knoll Portal that doesn't require eminent domain, the destruction of sensitive habitats, and avoids tunnels under homes and portals near or under private property. I'm hopeful that your talented and creative staff can design alignment that would not harm the residents, businesses, and sensitive environments of Solana Beach, Del Mar, and San Diego. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this very important issue.
Next is Mark Rittenbaum, followed by Amy Cheshire.
Good morning. Today, I appeal to the SANDAG board and to the management team led by Mr. Orso. I ask you to put yourself in the shoes of the coastal communities, to the individuals now and in the future that will be profoundly impacted and affected by the decisions being made today and the alignments ultimately chosen. What would you want for yourselves and your communities that you represent? Please, please hear the overwhelmingly consistent voices of the public, a public that wants to minimize, that wants to find a solution that minimizes impacts to communities and resoundingly opposes eminent domain, tunneling and carrying freight under homes and businesses, unhealthy portals near homes and businesses, and economic devastation. There are solutions out there that address these wants and needs. Isn't that what you would want for your communities? Of course it is. The yellow line is the only line which attempts to meet this goal. It does still have some negative economic, environmental, and community impacts, but with the right direction and modifications, these deficiencies can be overcome. Specifically, please direct management to focus on the yellow line and modifications to the yellow line somewhere south of the planned events platform up until the current line to the I-5 knoll that's being suggested. This will also have the long-term benefit of starting to create a longer I-5 corridor. It's the only line that does so. Please reject the other three lines. They will create the devastation that I just talked about. It is unimaginable unless and until you go see. And this is exactly why the other communities have been all fighting against it. Again, I beg you, please hear our voices.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next is Amy Cheshire, followed by Angelina Neglia.
Honorable board members, my name is Amy Cheshire and I'm a resident of Del Mar. I've been working with other citizens to come up with a route north of the San Diego Lagoon that protects people and homes and the environment. I support a route I'll call the Northern Yellow Line that heads east on an elevated viaduct from the fairgrounds to a bridge next to the I-5 and then sent south to the I-5 Knoll portal. I'm going to read a statement from Michael Deftos that I agree with 100%. The staff report provides scant information, which is not enough to make an informed decision. I hope you carefully studied the prior material so you can. I hope you visited the possible portal locations in residential neighborhoods and envisioned these with their associated flood walls, exhaust fans, maintenance facilities, and a constant stream of diesel trains barreling through and under homes. I hope you understand the plan to take homes away from many families and leave others right next to the portals. All the routes recommended by staff would be disastrous for our community. The glimmer of hope is that concerned community members have proposed possible solutions, but these are only possible if you don't put railroad interests to the forefront of communities. It is possible if you instead endorse a route that can navigate this highly constrained area with one or two curves that are sharper than railroad interests want. There's no compelling reason to demand that trains travel at high speeds over double tracks through every single mile of this corridor. It's a sales pitch from railroad interests that very small savings in travel time will have a substantial impact on ridership. In contrast, it's a reality that this will have a profound effect on our community by forcing an alignment into our residential neighborhoods. Please decide not to sacrifice our community to save a few short minutes of travel time. Send your staff back with instructions to fully explore a northern yellow route that has one or two sharper curves so it can skirt the fairgrounds and go around or under the San Diego Lagoon and place a substantial section of this corridor adjacent to the I-5. Thank you very much.
Next is Angelina Neglia, followed by Monica Meredith.
Thank you, Board, for all the work that you're doing. We represent the Coalition for Safer Trains, tax-paying citizens from Oceanside down to Sereno Valley. We thank the outreach team because we have met them a lot of times, And this round, the yellow line is what we're endorsing, but it needs to have modifications to be able to swing around the fairgrounds. It could be right on the edge of the fairgrounds, on the land just south, wrapping around, crossing Jimmy Durante, whether it's elevated or underground. We know from an environmental perspective, my discussions with Keith Greer and Danny, that these things need to be discussed in the EIR, but that's where the land should be. Go around and under or over Jimmy Durante and around the southern area of the golf driving range. That is just plain old dirt across to the 5. No homes are taken, no eminent domain. The North End Business District of Del Mar won't be demolished along with 35 to 50 homes. They don't know the exact number, but to build that north portal, 7 to 10 acres of land will be demolished. And the south portal, the same thing with 35 to 50 homes. There's 250 affordable housing, low-income housing, and multifamily condos with underground parking right where the southern portal will be, which is the only entrance from the south into Del Mar. The north and south main roads of Del Mar will be severely interrupted. First responders and fire chief, I've met with all of them. That's our evacuation route. This cannot happen because we do know the construction and the demolition will be so destructive to Del Mar, it's ridiculous. The other thing is I think there should be a conflict check because that's what's happened with our city council members in Del Mar. The same thing should be a conflict check for the council members in Solana Beach because everything along the coastal communities is densely populated, and this track affects not only Del Mar, but the fairgrounds, but the residents of Solana Beach. And yesterday, we heard 60 homes will be taken in Solana Beach. We'd love to find out where that is in the documentation. Bottom line is tripling the pollution is a huge issue
Your time has expired.
in the
Next
coastal
is
communities.
Monica Meredith,
you.
followed by Shauna Anderson.
Thank you for your full attention. Please imagine, if you will, you have worked hard your whole life, you love your city, you love your home, and you plan to stay in it. Then you're informed that your home will be taken from you with eminent domain. Your life, you know it, is gone. You won't get to choose the price you're paid for your home, and you'll have to pay capital gains tax when you didn't plan to do that. Your nest egg may be gone. You no longer get to choose where you live. Imagine that for yourself. Is this okay with you if it happened to you? If it's not okay with you, then it's not okay for anybody. Where does SANDAG plan to put the 50-plus stakeholders' homes once they've been demolished? There is no more land in Del Mar. Or imagine that you will, that freight trains running under your home, many at night, more than one an hour, that will cause noise, vibration, pollution, over 2,000 homes, exceeding allowable levels according to SANDAG's own report. Could it keep you awake, damage your home, affect your property value? This will happen, especially at and near portals, given the minimal grade descent of a freight train. Would you vote for that for yourself? I think John Stahl asked you and you wouldn't. Wouldn't you want SANDAG to choose a route that saved your home and community? This should be a plan. There should not be a plan to send a freight train under homes in any residential community. This isn't Del Mar being NIMBY. This is a hazardous and bad idea. Shops, restaurants, hotels, and businesses in Del Mar will be affected, causing a fiscal disaster for the city. This approach lacks consideration of the people it affects. And top it off, a tunnel under Del Mar residents cannot be large enough for future electrification. Let's plan correctly for the future. Please do not let politics and pressure influence you. Do the right thing and choose a route that does not disregard a community.
Time has expired. Thank you. Shauna Anderson, followed by Rita Clement.
Thank you, board members. I'm Shauna Anderson, Executive Director of the San Diego River Park Joint Powers Authority. We're responsible for implementing and managing the San Diego River Park. Unfortunately, we were not invited to participate in the low sand value study, and the San Diego River Park was barely mentioned. While we did write a letter responding to the 2024 NOP, and we appreciate no longer having a tunnel, hopefully under the vast estuary of the San Diego Lagoon. But the new alignment, San Diego Bridge to I-5 Knoll, we're concerned that it could be equally devastating, impacting the Sandagito Lagoon. The Sandagito River Park is a stakeholder, and we should be considered and evaluated on an equal standing to the other San Diego County's regional assets, like the fairgrounds, like Torrey Pines, and other regional parks throughout the county. The Sandagito Lagoon is the gateway to the Sandagito River Park. It is a regional asset supported by hundreds of millions of dollars of public investment and beloved by thousands of users every week. We urge SANDAG to engage with the Sandagito River Park JPA as a longstanding partner in restoring and protecting the Sandagito Lagoon. Moving the rail line to the Sandagito Lagoon would devastate this regional jewel and the decades of work and public investment that brought the Sandagito River Park vision to reality. Thank you.
Rita Clement, followed by D. Rich.
Good morning, SANDAG staff, SANDAG board members, and Chair Mayor Lisa Hebner. My name is Rita Clement, and I'm a volunteer with San Diego 350. I am speaking in support of item number 9. I support staff's recommendation to advance the 5 alternatives, yellow, blue, green, pink, and no build, to a new notice of preparation for further environmental analysis. For the reasons highlighted in the value analysis study, I do not support advancing value analysis alternative 14, notice of preparation alternative A. Because it would cost twice as much as the recommended alternatives, take longer to build, and result in the unnecessary destruction of hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer-funded regional infrastructure investments. Alternative A, number 14, would also impact the fairgrounds, an economic generator for the entire region. Rail operations, the Sandagito Lagoon, Stevens Creek has the potential to take up to 60 homes in Solana Beach and would impact hundreds of small businesses in Solana Beach's Cedros Design District. Alternative A, number 14, is the most economically and environmentally impactful and destructive alignment. Thank you for your hard work.
D. Rich, followed by Shirley Weiss.
My name is Dee Rich, and I've been active in environmental causes and a school board member for 28 years, caring about the children and the health of our community and the environment, and also building schools that did not put the environment and did not forget about the environment. I'm not speaking for the Torrey Pines Planning Group, although I am a member, and I support the letters sent by the planning group and the Penasquitos Lagoon Foundation, which are quite excellent in analysis. I am speaking as someone who's been involved in government, but found my neighbors, and I live on Portofino, which is not Portofino, but down from Portofino, and on Longboat Way, which will have the train coming underneath. And I'm not even coming here to talk about that. I am coming here to say we as a community sent our options to SANDAG and asked that there would be no portal on Portofino. What happened was we saw that there wasn't any in the A, B, and C and no alternative. And then suddenly, and it may be because we don't have enough connection because we are 7,000 people in the Torrey Pines area, but your 16 alternatives had multiple routes that included the portal back on Portofino, which would be devastating to the park, to our community, to everyone's health. And I think we need a better channel as we move along. I am very appreciative of the city of San Diego. They have been very supportive and helpful.
Thank you.
But-
Your time has expired. Next is Shirley Weiss, followed by Karen Lair.
Slide 12 shows the 5 routes. Staff, slide 12.
I can hear your comment, Ms. Weiss.
If it's Shirley, speak into the microphone and make your comment.
Oh, yes. I mean, can you put up the slide 12 that shows all the 5 routes?
Go ahead, and then put up the timer. We're working on putting it up if you want to start your comment.
Sure, thank you. Good morning. My name is Shirley Weiss, and I'm a longtime Del Mar resident and a San Diego lawyer for over 40 years. Please decline to rubber stamp the project team's 5 recommendations. Although this is a long process, this is a crucial, pivotal vote because it will narrow the EIR studies. It'll narrow the NOP, the amended NOP to 5 routes. Of the 5 routes proposed for study, 4 are devastating on their face to Del Mar. The yellow route has promise, we're working on that, but on paper, it's right next to homes. Route 6, the blue line, and 8, the purple line, have portals and routes, require acres of eminent domain, tear up Del Mar streets, and blow a hole under Del Mar's neighborhoods. Eminent domain destroys neighborhoods, displaces families, uproots children from schools, takes away the right to pass down your home to your children, and even forces a tax on a forced sale. None of you would allow this in your hometown. Route 8 also, Plan 8 also destroys Del Mar's Main Street, cripples its business. There were 743 derailments in the U.S. in 2023. What would a derailment going 90 miles an hour under homes look like? You don't want to have that call. The 2 routes on the bluffs are in violation of SANDAG's agreement with the Coastal Commission. Those need to be eliminated at the recommendation stage. Please do not align yourself with the mean-spirited form letters that purport to dump this problem on Del Mar. This is not Del Mar's problem. This is a rail
Your time
corridor
has
problem.
expired. Next is Karen Lair, followed by John
Thank you.
Friedman.
Chair and SANDAG Board, my name is Karen Lair. I'm a longtime Del Mar resident. And I want to just communicate to you today that this is really not just about a train. This is about the communities that support trains. That's who you represent. Your value analysis tried to get at the substantive issues, but failed to come out with 5 potentially workable solutions. Instead, we got more of the same routes, which severely impact and in some cases destroy a community. Routes which have already been ruled out in previous studies. But what is a community? It's a place where people live. It's a place where people raise their family. It's a place where people have friends. They build businesses and they retire. It's a place where people celebrate special occasions, vacation, and hope to live out their lives. It's not a place to run a train through, nor is the protected lagoon and the wildlife habitat the place for the trains. We do, however, have a wonderful transportation corridor, perfect for trains and cars. It's I-5. Take the train off the coast and I-5 in Oceanside, or take it to I-5 at the fairgrounds on a raised rail that would go through a parking lot. Lose a few parking spots versus losing people's homes and businesses. Freight trains at 50 to 100 miles an hour carrying flammable liquids and military supplies under people's homes. That's not done anywhere else in the U.S. or possibly the world in modern times. Under 3- and 4-story apartments and condos built in the 80s and not built to withstand the vibrations of freight trains. You have options. You've identified one that might be workable with modifications, the yellow route, to move it onto the other side of the lagoon, and all the communities should be able to get behind this because it won't take people's homes and businesses. Or think bigger. Again, move it down the I-5 corridor. Get creative. You've got smart people. I ask you to please add in another route to your short list to study further, move it down the I-5 all the way from Oceanside. Yes, it will cost more, but it's the right thing to do in the long run. If you cannot get there in the short term, please use the yellow line with modifications to take it to I-5 by the fairgrounds.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next is John Friedman, followed by Alyssa Muto.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate the diligence and the hard work that the board and its staff has invested in safeguarding the future of this critical rail corridor. Having reviewed the recent report and recommendations, I'd like to make a couple of comments. I am concerned about the broad, sizable, and most importantly, unpredictable consequences of the route across the Los Penasquitos Lagoon and under the Del Mar neighborhoods off Camino del Mar. In addition to the substantial inconveniences during construction, there are three potential and, in my opinion, likely or certain permanent consequences. First, the dramatic and beautiful terrain, the iconic bluffs by the portal that is proposed, would be irreparably changed and harmed. Second, there would be new damage to this already disturbed lagoon when there is now an opportunity to reroute largely out of this very sensitive habitat, permitting its restoration as a better buffer against sea level rise and other consequences of climate change. Third, the damage that will be done to the properties overlying the route. Del Mar sandstone is famously soft and friable, which will probably make tunneling easier, but it will also make stability of the overlying ground a challenge. These overlying structures may suffer from land subsidence, vibration, and noise, not only during construction, but forever during the operational use of the proposed tunnel. These are all threats to property values, health risk to susceptible individuals, and there is a small but real risk of structural integrity, landslides, and therefore life and safety. Rerouting along I-5 would reduce or eliminate each of these risks and consequences. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Alyssa Muto, followed by Tristan Holman.
Good morning, board members, members of SANDAG. I'm Alyssa Muto. I'm the city manager for the city of Solana Beach, and I'm here to support SANDAG's staff recommendation for the four alternatives to be moved forward for further analysis as part of this project. We also want to thank and express our appreciation to Mario Orso and his staff for the engagement and technical evaluations conducted with all stakeholders on this project following the release of the NOP. In response to the NOP, the cities of Del Mar, Solana Beach, and the Ag District adopted a joint resolution last fall to recommend SANDAG re-review the NOP alternatives based on clear project objectives, technical expertise, and would, at minimum, identify modifications and/or new alternatives to reduce potential impacts that would have likely occurred under the originally proposed alternatives A, B, and C. SANDAG did conduct this process, the values analysis study, that included engagement of not only elected officials from the jurisdictions, but also technical experts, engineers, planning directors, city managers, and executive directors. The participants identified modifications to the alternatives and also revisited alternatives from past studies where assumptions, policies, or priorities may have changed in the last 10 to 20 years. We appreciate the work done by the VA participants and SANDAG staff to make improvements to the alignments and to lessen impacts where possible. We do request SANDAG complete a decision matrix for the administrative record to summarize their review and selection of the recommended alternatives against the project objectives and the four elements of the values: performance, time, risk, and cost, for which the VA was undertaken as shown in Figure 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Tristan Holman, followed by Joe Lyon.
Well, thank you. I'm Tristan Holman. I'm the Chief Communications Officer at the Del Mar Fairgrounds 22nd District Agricultural Association. I want to echo a lot of what Alyssa said, and I won't repeat it, but this was a very good, well thought out process and one that we appreciated being part of, and then we know that the city of Del Mar was also a part of. We're in support of the staff recommendations to move forward in the NOP. Obviously, we very much support moving forward without I know some people have brought it up, but without alternative 14 or alternative A, there's no need to move forward with all of these alignments at this point. You know that. Really appreciate all of you. We know this is a tough decision. I know this is a thankless job, but we have enough information to know that any kind of fairgrounds alignment that would also be extremely destructive to Solana Beach is not viable at this point, and it would risk the funding that we have for the long-planned, fully funded, double tracking, bridge replacement, and special events rail platform. That's going to also benefit Del Mar and Solana Beach. And while I get it, you know, we're not homeowners per se. We are people who live in San Diego County. We are a community gathering place. People from your communities, people from Oceanside. I know my colleague Dustin, who's going to speak, is from Oceanside. I live in the city of San Diego. There's people who work and make their living and depend on and have fun at the fairgrounds who are from places like El Cajon and Escondido and Oceanside and Carlsbad and Lemon Grove, and yes, the unincorporated areas of the county. This is a community gathering place that has been there for a long time, and any effort to sort of circumvent that meaning or not talk about the meaning of the sales tax revenue that we provide or the benefits that we provide culturally for our community, it just has been missing from this debate. So thank you very much, and it's time to move forward.
Thank you. Next is Joe Lyon, followed by Cesar Javier.
Just for the record, maybe my handwriting was incorrect. It's Joe Lim with the City of Solana Beach. On behalf of the City of Solana Beach, I am here to share our appreciation also, as Alyssa Muto did, for the VA study and support SANDAG staff's recommendation. The values analysis study resulted in revised alignments that modified alternatives B and C, reduced the potential impacts related to those alignments. With respect to alternative A, an alignment or an alternative was discussed during, excuse me, the VA process to avoid the potential eminent domain and homes and businesses along South Cedros and nearby streets, as well as homes within the city of Del Mar, located on the south side of Via de la Valle, adjacent to the fairgrounds. These impacts would be from the start of the curvature necessary to tunnel under the fairgrounds and lagoon. The San Diego to I-5 alternative noted in section 4.2.3 of the VA study responds to concerns of the fairgrounds and Solana Beach, as well as key Del Mar priorities of avoiding eminent domain from portals and tunneling and the desire to relocate the rail to the I-5 freeway. This alternative was initially rejected during the VA process and based on the former SANDAG director's goal for high speeds along this segment, by revisiting and consideration of existing speeds in this corridor at approximately 55 miles per hour. The San Diego moderate speed improvements with the tunneling under the fairgrounds and lagoon, while also addressing coastal bluff erosion and at-grade pedestrian crossing conflicts with that exist with the present alignment. Furthermore, the lower cost alternative is both prudent and reflective of good stewardship of public funds. I want to reiterate our city manager's request to complete a decision matrix and summarize their review and selection of the recommended project alternatives.
Thank you. Cesar Javier, followed by allegedly Audra.
Sir Mario, please have this etched in the minutes for review next meeting. Cesar and Purita. We haven't seen our names from the public perspective inputting our experiences and analysis like you guys. Value analysis. Where is the IPA people? Where is the lead agency of air pollution, land pollution, water pollution, including the ocean pollution? They have a great inputs to help us select the best solution. Value analysis. the core city of San Diego County is failing, starting from the leadership. Mayor Gloria, where is he? I'm glad that the patriotic Coronado leadership is here and the rest of them. We want to see them in action, working. Value analysis. By God, we are trying to define what is corruption equals monopoly plus discretionary minus accountability. Where are they? In the past years, while we were planning the best mobility and circulation as one of the elements of urban planning, this is all about environmental quality, a decent home, suitable surrounding. We want to enjoy our piece of property where we pay annually $600. We are seniors and we wanted to live happily like you in your best homes, in your best environment. Where are we? City of San Diego politicians.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next is allegedly Audra, followed by online comment of Leif Gensert.
Here you guys go again, eating in front of the people that pay for it. It is so rude, and it seems like you're paying more attention to what you want for lunch and what you're going to pick over there as opposed to listening to the people, which you should be, but whatever. You know, I feel like this is like a Doge thing. Like this, we need to have Doge or have a Doge San Diego to come in and investigate all the fraud, waste, and abuse, even just across California for that matter, because we've already gone down this pipe with a California initiative to put in a high-speed rail and billions of dollars just get thrown down the toilet. Isn't that fun for you guys to do, right? And I feel like this along the same lines of that. You don't even know at this point how much it's going to cost. If this is 25 so years down the road, is it really going to cost up to $5 billion, or is it going to be $25 billion? And are we going to see nothing really happen over these 25 years, but the people, do you just keep draining the money from the people over and over and continue the fraud, waste, and abuse that happens here? It's like you guys are willing to, you know, like, compromise people's livelihoods for the planet. You're like, we got to save the climate. And so it doesn't really matter what these people want. We're going to ask them to give up their homes. Doesn't really matter, right? That's all right. They should do that to sacrifice for making the planet better, which everything that you guys do with this climate god that you worship is destroying the planet. It's not actually making it better. But the fact that you're willing to sacrifice people's livelihoods just to push that is very sad, because how many of you would be willing to give up your home? Raise your hands. Anybody? Anybody willing to give up their home? No, but you're going to ask other people to pretty much do that and just take it over without any say-so from them. That is why you guys engage in this fraud, waste, and abuse on a continual basis. And that's why with the federal funding being cut, thank God for that.
Thank you. Going online is Leif Gensert, followed by Gambler.
Hi everyone, my name is Leif Gensert. I'm a board member of RightSD and I'm also the creator of Can I Take the Train to LA Today. We've been lucky the last year that the Lausanne corridor was holding up and people could mostly take the train, but the years before we weren't as lucky. There were years where we had 50% of downtime of that corridor. So it is very important to fix that issue and to move the tracks inland. I personally prefer the Crest Canyon Trail because it offers the fastest option. I thank you for making all the options double tracked. I would also urge you to make the options electrified to reduce the emissions on this corridor. I'm a little bit concerned that lots of people are afraid of tunnels under their home. There is examples even in the US, even in California, where freight trains go under residential areas. We have tunnels going under the Walt Disney Auditorium in LA, so we can deal with vibrations. Tunnels are nothing new. Subways exist in multiple cities all over the world, even in California. So thank you, SANDAG, for evaluating these options, and good job moving these forward. Thank you.
Next is Gambler, followed by Jim Jaffe. Gambler, you're self-muted. Go ahead. All right, we'll go on to Jim Jaffe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jim Jaffe. I am the co-lead of the Beach Preservation Committee of the San Diego chapter of the Surfrider Foundation. I'm speaking on behalf of the chapter. We submitted a letter into the record that you all should have. Getting on to my comments really quickly. As noted, there are two objectives, at least two objectives that it's important that are maintained, and those are to improve rail service reliability by minimizing risks from climate change, including sea level rise, and improve coastal access and safety by eliminating at-grade crossings, as was mentioned. It's unfortunate that the alternative of the double track reinforced is being considered out of left field, kind of, because the whole goal is to remove the tracks from the bluff, restore coastal access, and this will directly conflict with that. It's understood that the no-build alternative, keeping the tracks in place, must be studied under CEQA, but a new alternative that doesn't meet objectives and goals is not consistent with CEQA. And we are opposed to that because of the degradation of coastal access and impacts from sea level rise that will continue. These tracks should not be maintained in place indefinitely and need to be removed from the coast. In addition, one of the goals is that is stated in the new BA analysis was to keep the new platform at the Del Mar racetrack, in place, and we support that as well. That will provide coastal access. There will be a short trail that will be installed eventually along the San Diego River. So maintaining that platform in place should be a goal of this project, as has been stated in the new alternative analysis. Moving the track.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next is Catherine Rhodes, followed by Carrie Benner.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I like the yellow I-5 knoll by the San Diego River. And in fact, this is one that I brought up a couple of years ago and said, why don't you go just down the I-5? And SANDAG staff at that time said that it would be impossible. So I'm glad that is now possible. The other thing I want to say is I really appreciate the small little change that you put onto the yellow line. And that is, instead of it being connected south of the Jimmy Durante area, it's connected a little bit north. And one thing about the mitigation for what's going to be impacts to the San Diego River, as much impacts it is to the San Diego River, mitigation is usually like 3 times. So in order, if you do this, the San Diego River Park should be getting money from SANDAG for mitigation off-site. So that's actually a good positive. And then the one thing I want to very much mention is, again, I have a lot of concerns always, of course, with seismic. And this is the perfect opportunity for SANDAG to call in the free guidance from Caltrans Technical Advisory Committee. Even the people of Del Mar, if you guys could call them up, or somebody, or Solana Beach, call them up and say, hey, we want you to tell us about this. They'll give you all the information for, vibrations. They'll take care of all the issues regarding liquefaction. And these are professors from Caltech, Berkeley, and UCSD that for some reason SANDAG refuses to get free technical guidance and analysis for their technical studies. So when as the technical study is coming, please invite Caltrans Technical Advisory Panel. Thank you.
Carrie Benner, followed by Gambler.
Hello, my name is Carrie Benner, and I'm an environmental scientist at California State Park San Diego Coast District.
State Parks manages Torrey Pines State Natural Reserve, which includes Los Penasquitos Lagoon, and Torrey Pines State Beach, which includes a stretch of beach adjacent to the bluffs where the railroad is currently located. I first want to express that we appreciate SANDAG's work on this important project, and we are very supportive of alternatives that would relocate the rail line from its current path through Los Penasquitos Lagoon. This would provide just an extraordinary opportunity to restore the lagoon-sensitive habitats, which have been subject to impacts from infrastructure and urbanization for over a century. The main reason I'm commenting today is to express our district's concerns about two of the changes proposed, which represent a significant departure from the project's previously stated goal of removing the railroad from the bluffs. Unarmored coastal bluffs are an important natural source of sand for San Diego County beaches, and armoring an entire stretch of bluffs with seawalls will ultimately lead to the loss of the beach as sea levels rise. For this reason, we request that Project Objective 1 in Attachment 1 continue to include relocating the tracks away from the bluffs as a clearly stated project objective as it did in the NOP. We also request that you dismiss the new alternative represented by the green line called Del Mar Bluffs Double Track Reinforced, which would armor the entire section of bluffs north of the Torrey Pines overhead bridge. This would permanently impact the bluffs and beach, with consequences for beach ecology, public beach access, and public recreation at Torrey Pines. Our mission at State Parks is, in part, to preserve these natural, cultural, and recreational resources, and we look forward to working with SANDAG to ensure that this mission can continue to be carried out at Torrey Pines. Thanks for considering our comments.
Gambler, followed by Paul the Bold. Gambler, you're muted. Okay, we'll go on to Paul the Bold.
Last meeting, there were 16 route options. You cut the number to 5, which go through the Del Mar Fairgrounds, unstable soil, and destruction of homes for a dangerous tunnel. Not acceptable. Have you even done a soil analysis? You should have reduced the number of options in open session, by the way, per the Brown Act. SANDAG does too much out of public view. That is the main reason for the trust problem. If these are not the only options, Mario, you should have mentioned this in the agenda. Move the Los Angeles tracks to the I-15 corridor through Duluth or through Ocean Sun through Duluth. Through Duluth would surely be cheaper and bring back option 10. This would align better with the presenter's 7 recommended project objectives. Terrain anywhere near the coast is not safe or practical for the long term. Think 100 years, not a few. If you build here now, and I mean by the time it's finished in 2030 or 35, you'll have to redo the track periodically. Waste of money, unstable coastal soil or sand, and at San Clemente, you've got a narrow path, neither beach erosion or landslides. The price tag you quote for a train from Temecula through Escondido and San Marcos is to Paris, which is way outside your jurisdiction, and the price is way inflated. Political scam. It could connect to downtown National City and Chula Vista a lot easier, as well as to the rapid trains to Las Vegas, LA, and SF. By the way, did you hear of Old King Canute?
Time has expired. Thank you. Next up is phone number ending in 813, followed by Blair Beekman. Go ahead.
Amen, Paul the Bold. Yep, this is me. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I said amen to Paul the Bold. Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, SANDAG's poor ideas like train tracks, tunnels being built in places not conducive to being serviceable, or effective for the long term, have become the new normal, along with wasting our hard-earned tax dollars. And they are most definitely thinking of the 21st century in the 21st century way, the United Nations agenda for the 21st century way. Reminder, they don't work for the people, they work for the oligarchs. Also, yes, the climate is changing. Why? Because it's being engineered. Look up, go outside. See that view? It's not of nature. That is of manipulation of nature. And you will see even more of these manufactured atmospheric rivers and floods wreaking havoc, only to clear space and make way for their implementation of this UN agenda. Believe me, SANDAG will continue to ignore the needs and concerns of the people. Just more evidence of reasons for the loss of trust by the public. You know, I can be on board with and supportive of what Mayor Jones was saying earlier, but a major thing to point out in trying to build a bridge with public relations is you need trust. Here's the bottom line. We, the public taxpayers, are the ones who are funding everything. So SANDAG might want to start behaving and be a whole lot more respectful towards the people regarding their legitimate concerns and suggestions. Their suggestions should actually be way more welcome and appreciated, as they are much needed. SANDAG is now the epitome of a tyrannical agency behaving beyond reckless and on our dime. It is up to us, the people, to start standing up to this spoiled, rotten SANDAG agency and their loony ideas. Come on, get involved, San Diego.
Thank you, Blair Beekman, followed by Jonathan Polikoff.
Hi, Blair Beekman. The fact that the Del Mar city representative at the meeting today for SANDAG abstained herself completely from the process, it suggests that something's a bit uncomfortable. You guys are headed for some next steps, and it sounds like something's not quite ready to do that yet. I'm for the process. Things can change, I understand, but just as a word of caution, to me, I've always tried to work towards a really light footprint for the future of this area and how to work. I don't study this situation enough. I hope my comments can be decent, though. To talk about light footprint issues, you guys want to build double tracks, so that means there's going to be both passenger and freight issues for our future to be concerned about, when I think we should be building as light as possible and as respecting the environment and lagoons as much as possible. I think we should be working on ideas like scrapping all of the considerations of this time and how to build a train from Oceanside through Escondido down Freeway 15, possibly. That's my out of the blue suggestion. You know, and convert the freeway of Highway 15 from Escondido into San Diego into a freight train system, a freight rail system, and leave, you know, a single commute line through, you know, the Del Mar area, and simply turn, you know, from Del Mar to Oceanside into a trolley system, basically, and just have a passenger service through there, and then work a, you know, passenger freight system from Oceanside through Escondido into San Diego, or through Riverside County. We have to be talking a lot with LA and Riverside County people. Those conversations have to be a regular part of this process. And East Side Rail just has to be an important part of the future of this conversation that we don't talk about enough. And environmental concerns, those are my big ones. And to not put pressure on ourselves to make decisions if we're on.
Thank you. Next is Jonathan Polikoff, followed by Tony Kranz.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jonathan Polikoff. I'm a resident of Del Mar. I'll try to make my comments brief. I think the purpose of this meeting is for the SANDAG board to decide whether to go forward with the alternatives as proposed, to study the alternatives as proposed. I would like the SANDAG board to reject plans that will destroy the community of Del Mar and basically rule out taking of homes and shutting down our business district for 5 years or more, which would basically destroy our community. So I know the value analysis set up, 7 competing or 7 considerations, but I think the consideration not to destroy the community of Del Mar should be on top of that list. And alternatives need to be found that do not destroy homes and do not allow freight trains to run under homes as number 1. Thank you.
Next is Tony Kranz, followed by our last public comment by Mike Hastings.
Good afternoon, SANDAG Board. Good to be with you again. I would like to remind everybody again that the current low sand corridor alignment was created in the 1880s, over almost 150 years ago. Do not lock yourself into an option that is wedded to something that was created over a century ago. So that's, I think, the most important thing for you visionary people to keep in mind as you deliberate today. That said, my first choice would be, well, first of all, the 5 options that have been presented by staff are not unreasonable for study, except for the fact that 4 of them would be tied up in litigation for the next century. So it's really pretty stupid to pursue those tunneling options. That said, if I were you, I would include another choice, which is number 13, to relocate all freight rail along the I-15 corridor. The scope of the analysis, though, should be limited to connecting to Escondido only for the existing rail line that goes to Oceanside. You cannot, I think you're wasting your time doing any planning and study beyond Escondido because you don't have buy-in from the Southern California agencies that are necessary to make that a good use of your time. However, it is important that you study the connection of the Miramar Hill to Escondido so that freight, and there is a connection to the Stracknet. Yes, the Pacific Surfliner would be rerouted in a way that's not nearly as pleasant to view the ocean, but that is just the way it goes. The other option to include in this study is this option 10, to study the I-5 from Oceanside to Sereno Valley. Finally, demonstrate good public stewardship by delivering a project that looks at the investments.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our last public comment is by Mike Hastings.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mike Hastings, Executive Director of the Los Penasquitos Lagoon Foundation. I'd like to take a quick chance to show appreciation for Keith Greer and his team for their hard work to move this forward and their efforts in outreach and collaboration. It was because of this outreach and collaboration that the I-5 Node portal was created in conjunction with state parks, local community members, as well as SANDAG staff who made time for a site visit. We strongly support any alternative that uses this portal because it removes the line from the lagoon. As one of the most studied lagoons in Southern California, we have multiple lines of evidence indicating the impacts that the current alignment, as well as the 1888 alignment, have impaired on the lagoon, including its listing as a 303D impaired water body for sediment and siltation. Because of this, we strongly urge the board to reject any and all alignments through the lagoon, either now or during the EIS-EIR process, and look forward to further collaboration with staff to pick the right solution that works. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment, Chair.
Very good. All right. So we're now on to member discussion. Mayor Jones.
Thank you so much, Chair. So when I look at all of the information that was provided to us today, which was a lot, I think about all of the, well, it's a very difficult situation with the coastal cities that will be affected because it could definitely impact both quality of life, the safety, and then also, we need to make sure that we're spending money wisely, as I always talk about. So as far as the direct impacts to the cities, I would love to see something, if we were able to provide it to the board members, something that shows all of the 3 different alignments on one thing, that shows all of the properties that were impacted. I don't think I saw that. I thought they were all in different and different graphics. So it's hard to see, okay, you're kind of thumbing back and forth, kind of looking at it online. It'd be good to see, because for one, I don't think I can support having it under someone's home. I don't think I can support using eminent domain. If it's, if it's like part of a property, if it's a small part of a property or something that is not already developed. I mean, I'm just not comfortable, thinking about displacing someone from their family home. So, I just want to make sure that I have very clear, both for myself and for the other board members and our public, what exactly we are voting on today, because I want to make sure, I think much of what we're deciding is we're going to go out and we're going to prove up some things will not work, and we're going to prove up that some things may work. And so then we'll be given the information. And so I just want to make sure, and Keith, I'm looking at you just because I feel like you could probably easily answer this question. We're not making a final decision on anything. And it seems to me, based on the timeline, which we may want to put that back up for folks to be able to refer to, but on our timeline, it shows that we still have other, I guess it's slide 15. I can't see without my glasses. I think it might be slide 15. Yes, slide 15 that says we are here. We still have 2 more public comment input time frames. And if we want to tweak something at that point in time, could we tweak something during that point in time? So maybe if you could answer those questions.
Absolutely. So the board's not asked to approve anything today. There's no final determination. And matter of fact, we expect, as Mario indicated, that these will evolve over time. What we're asking for is direction on the first step. And the first step is to go out and have a notice of preparation and ask for comments from the public and from the stakeholders, from the state and federal government agencies to say, here's what we're considering going forward with. What input would you like to have us? How should we look at these?
Okay, and just to be clear, there's always anytime we do an environmental impact report, a no leaving existing conditions is always required, is that?
That's correct. No
Okay.
project is always required.
Yeah, I think, part of, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, more discussion and engagement, because I can tell you, before I was involved with the city, I had no idea how anything worked. And there was assumption I would read something and I'm like, wait, why are they doing this? It didn't make sense to me. And I think part of our job is to educate the public so they understand more of what we're doing, why we're doing it. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened here, but there have been things that we have done that has broken trust. And so I think, moving forward, all of the reasoning and all of that, and just, helping people understand where we're at, where we're going. And I know the timeline does spell that out, but continuing to understand that there is a lot more input. I mean, back to what my guiding ideas are, and that is, we want to preserve people's quality of life. We want to make sure that we're, being judicious with taxpayer dollars, but also, safety. And that includes, it's not in my city, but I feel responsible, like I need to make a good decision on this. And I can't make a good decision unless I have all the information, which is why, part of the why we have to explore different options to find out if we prove them up, or we say, oh, that's just definitely not going to work. And so I think, just explaining all of that needs to happen on a very regular basis. I'm not sure, I have looked at the website, but I'm not sure what we have in the beginning for this to explain, okay, here's where we're at. This is what's happening. We want you to understand where we're going, because it's a tedious process, but it's something that we have to go through. Anyway, those would be my comments today. And I just appreciate all that you are doing as staff. And again, I'm not making the decision for my city, but I do feel responsible, and I do want to make an educated decision with all of the information that's out there.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I go to the first vice chair, I'd just like to say that I don't think anybody around this board is interested in eminent domain in anybody's city. We all have the
I
empathy
agree.
for that.
Yeah, I agree.
We all understand that it's a very difficult project, a mega project in a built-out community. And so why we went into this values analysis was not only for the education that you suggested that we do, because there wasn't before the first NOP, and there was robust involvement by the cities who were most impacted. You should have come. 14 meetings would have been really nice. But again, what we're looking at is how we can make the final preferred project. We have to get started first by looking at these sorts of things. With the values analysis, though, one of the mandates was to minimize all of that impact to people's homes and to minimize, even the subsurface eminent domain where trains would be going underneath people's homes. So that's why the staff has come up with these alignments that are, as far as we know right now, without going further, minimizing those sorts of impacts. So, yeah.
I just want to make one last comment. And, this is another thing that I didn't understand when I was, before I got involved with the city, and that is planning. Planning doesn't happen overnight. It's something that you have to figure out, for the future, what your current plan is. And you're right, sometimes surprises come up, things change, but you have to have that planning part of it. Just for everyone that's listening today, we actually had a project that we approved back in 2009. It's just taking off now. And people go, oh, it's just happening overnight. I'm like, no, that's not how it worked. And so part of it was planning. We did tweak that plan a bit, but that's an important part of getting to the end of the project to have it actually delivered. And I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. First Vice Chair Nakaba.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mayor Jones, because actually that's what I was going to lead off with is the conversation, and it can be very difficult to understand and about the process going forward and the steps that have to be taken and the requirements under the California Environmental Quality Act and the requirements of the National Environmental Protection Act that really demands that you put forth alternatives that can be problematic, but at least have some level of credibility so that the totality of that environmental analysis and the ultimate decision-making actually has some authority going forward. I want to give a thank you to Mayor Gasterlin. While a lot of us will be able to step back and look at this as a regional issue, this is front and center for her role as the mayor and the city of Del Mar, and I appreciate the difficulty, the challenges going forward. I also want to level set because the city of San Diego doesn't come up very much in these conversations. But all of the southern routes go through the city of San Diego, and a couple of the routes actually go through residential homes in my district, in Del Mar Heights or Del Mar Terrace. I also have the San Diego River Valley in my district and the Los Penasquitos Lagoon. And so I've been relatively quiet to let the process unfold and to hear the voices from a lot of different directions going forward. I have talked to leaders in Solana Beach at the 22nd Agricultural District and the city of Del Mar through this listening process. But I do want to be sensitive to the constituents and the city of San Diego as well in this conversation. I also don't want to get lost. It's been mentioned more than once, but in terms of this continuing question about trust of SANDAG, I don't want it to get lost that SANDAG went through a tremendous reset in this conversation. They had put out an NOP, which, if I understand correctly, does not require board vote. There was clearly a lot of pushback, an extraordinary amount of response during the public portion of the NOP. And Mario and the team pulled it completely back, engaged extraordinary amount of consultants in doing the value analysis. I don't know that I've ever seen this level of analysis. We saw engineering drawings that were almost construction level in terms of trying to help people understand what some of these alternatives could actually mean on the ground. I don't think I've ever seen that kind of effort. So kudos to whatever you think about all the alternatives. Kudos to Mario for that reset, to the entire SANDAG team for willing to take that on. And as a couple of folks mentioned, the extraordinary of public meetings that happened. Even the good folks at the Torrey Pines Community Planning Group that often gets forgotten in a lot of conversations. I think you were out there at least twice and certainly appreciate that continued input and their feedback. The thing that I think about, I think somebody from the public mentioned, why aren't you listening to the public? And I think if we listen to the public, we would throw every single alternative out and resign ourselves that we're just going to leave the tracks where they are. And we're going to periodically watch the bluffs collapse and go do an emergency repair of those. And to me, that is not acceptable. I think it's time that we really make these very difficult, have these very difficult conversations and ultimately have to make very difficult decisions going forward. I'm not crazy about every alternative, but I think those alternatives need to be brought forth and studied in greater depth. And to the answers to Mayor Jones' questions, that these are not locked in. These are still lines at a very large scale that will go out to notify the general public, property owners, business owners, et cetera, that there will be public input from that SANDAG will learn from, that there will be a scoping session that will emerge out of that part, and then another, call it an interim step, about which alternatives really should go into the draft EIR. And I think that's important as I think about, there's no EIR out there for us to respond to. We're not starting the analysis of the draft EIR tomorrow, if there is a decision today. It is just that painful initial step that we have to take to get the process started in a very, very long conversation, as everybody has really dictated. So again, I really want to recognize the good work of SANDAG. You may not like what they came up with, but I think we should not fall for the extraordinary effort that they have made to engage the public and to do a greater level of detail at this point. I'm reserving my right to evaluate or respond to any of the alternatives as you go through and get better conversation. At the risk of upsetting some folks, including a lot of folks that I consider to be my friends, I'm a little bit reluctant to remove the double track because there's only two options that actually is purely surface routes. The other three are currently tunnels. There's clearly a lot of heartburn and fear about tunnel options. Even those individuals that would argue for the I-5 alignment, that's going to involve tunnels, and it's going to involve tunnels near residential homes as well. So to eliminate at this early stage, will it survive the analysis? I'm not so sure, but I think to take it out at this stage would really be a disservice. It perhaps is as bad as leaving the tracks where they are. It has profound implications in terms of coastal access, the condition of the sandy beaches below, et cetera. But I think in terms of the integrity of the process, I believe it should be left in at this early stage going forward. So I think I covered all my points. I'll be curious to hear from my colleagues. But to kick off the conversation, I'll move the staff recommendation of project goals and objectives and the staff recommendation of the 4 alternative alignments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, First Vice Chair. I'll now go to Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you. That motion would include plus the no build, right? So it's the entire recommendation from staff. Thank you very much. And I will second that motion. First of all, I do want to echo the comments about staff hitting that kind of reset button when it seemed like there was a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, and giving the region these cities the opportunity to engage in conversations amongst each other and with SANDAG, and then especially coming up with project objectives that are very clearly stating we don't want to have any impacts to homes, businesses, tourism, etc. Let me tell you, the rail is extremely important to City of Oceanside, even though our staff was not at the table. You know, the rail has been from day one important to the City of Oceanside. Rail goes through our downtown. The rail goes through our some neighborhoods. And yet the City of Oceanside grew around that. And believe it or not, it is, I mean, I was born and raised, so I've always heard the rail. Not now, because we've got quiet zones, you know, it's like, what happened to my lovely, you know, train sounds, right? But what we have here is the beginning of a discussion. And I do think that it's important to leave in the one that was addressed by the Coastal Commission, because we will learn from that conversation. And it's not a question of, you know, should we do this? We have to get them off the bluffs. We know that. So how do we do this? Minimizing the impacts. I think we do it this way. And having clear project objectives, 7 of them, that speak to all the environmental concerns, the concerns regarding takings, concerns regarding how this would impact a community. I am hoping that we will have so few impacts that, and I know it's going to take a while, right? That this is just going to be like, wow, we all that worry, right? But for us, City of Oceanside and beyond, over 60% of our community travel to and from work by car. We need the rail. We need San Clemente to also address this issue in Orange County. But here in San Diego County, we need to do this. We need to move forward. I'm excited that we even, you know, that we have the kind of staff that does listen to the community. And this is the time for everyone to get involved and continue to get involved with this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mayor Snow.
One of the issues that I just wanted to highlight as we're doing this. There we go. As we get ready to do this, it's going to roll out and take about 20 to 25 years to get us up to where we need to be to see this actually come to fruition. In those 10 to 25 years, I anticipate we'll come a long way in electrification. And so I think in this rubric, in the decision matrix that's in the recommended project goals and objectives, that should be an element of it, that we should be taking into account when we're doing the value analysis and further studies, the ease of electrification, the cost to electrify, and as we move forward, and give us the ability to evaluate those as well, because those are going to be key issues going forward. Another thing I love taking the train. That's like a favorite date for us. We'll go up, we'll take it up to San Clemente. We'll watch the dolphins, we'll watch the surfers. I'm an East County person. This is denying access to the beaches if we remove, at least looking at the green line. The trolley no longer takes East County out to the beaches. The train now will no longer take us, except for Oceanside, but that's a long way from Lemon Grove, will no longer take us to the beaches. And the only way we can get to the beaches is by car. And so as we move towards moving away from our vehicles and into public transportation, we have to think about the socioeconomic impact to people who live out east, who are going to try and access those beautiful resources that make it so important to those of us who pick San Diego County to live in as a place to live in, but can't afford Del Mar or Solano Beach. So I really want to, as we're analyzing this, really think about how we're going to provide access to the beaches for people who do not have their vehicles, and keep that in mind as we go forward. You know, from an environmental aspect, I understand and share some of the same concerns that Council Member and First Vice Chair LaCava had brought forward. I also understand that the bluffs aren't going to be there forever, and we have to do what we can to make sure that we have those environmental issues protected against, hence the electrification as well. But really think about and have SANDAG really think about how we're going to give East County access to the beaches without their vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shin.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your report. I'm gonna be a little bit blunt on some of these things just because I'm new, and so there's probably some ignorance that's bliss. But question: are we late in making this decision? Meaning that when the process for this decision needed to be made, are we like behind the curve right now? No. Okay. So that I'm just, for me, if this were to take place in my city, I got a lagoon. I'm just thinking about if you were to impact our rail. It looks like the report came out in end of December. Yeah. This report for the VA. And then when do we publish it to on our website? Because I read it last week and on.
Yeah, it was published in early February, February 3rd, I think.
Okay, so if you're giving me less than 1 month in my city to do a value analysis and understand it, I would hope that every single one of you guys would be upset that's sitting here on the board. And I could see the emotions coming out of the mayor of Del Mar because it could seem pretty, it could be to that point where you're sitting here going, how are you guys going to make an impact decision? And we're still trying to vet and understand this 270-page report. So I definitely think that if and when these things are happening in our city, that there's just a little bit of time to be able to digest this, because I got questions, and I decided to, drink a lot of pots of coffee and read this 270-page report. So some of these little basic questions are going to come here, and you can just tell me if like this is supposed to take place later. But I still think that it would just be great to be able to get a little bit more feedback from the city of Del Mar to be able to understand what their concerns are, and not just the citizens here, but really the electeds, to show how they're going to represent their city. We get in that point sometimes where we're really seeking local control. We really want to tell everybody that we do believe in it, and then sometimes this is what ends up happening. I feel like we see a great solution, we edge for it, and we forget what we may end up kind of the residue that may take place for the city of Del Mar and the surrounding cities. Now, Robert, whoever's who did the report, he's probably not going to like me a whole lot when I say that this didn't seem like a complete value analysis report. And so something like the Mayor Jones had said, for me being new on here, I would like to see the justifications of a rail to begin with and then work our way down. So then when it's justified that we have a rail, then we can start going, okay, I got the idea. We do need a rail. For me, my justifications for a rail system starts with the DoD. I was in the Marine Corps. I experienced time during 9/11. We thought it was going to be World War III. I want to know if our operational tempo is going to go increased or decreased based off of this rail system. First and foremost, if that is the case, then the rail needs to be the way the DoD wants us to have the rail. And then we supplement everything else, commercially, residential, or commuter, to make sure that we're operationally ready. I didn't see that in the report. I don't know the economic impacts of being able to have freight come through and what we're anticipating later. I read the charts on ridership usage from previously COVID to COVID, of course, which was a big dip, but I have not seen it return yet. So that's a concern of mine, because I'm trying to think of why we're going to have this rail and then what are we going to do about it. And so I feel like there's just time where we don't have to feel this rushed, where we can just kind of catch our breaths and say, okay, we're not there yet. The demand is still, I think we're at like 60% ridership than 2019, something like that. Is it a lot lower than it was, or are we back to normal ridership?
Where's Mary Dover or Sean Donaghy? I
Yes.
think.
Okay, so
Sean, could you
ridership
step
on
to the podium over there with the mic? Yeah. Maybe you could answer some of these questions briefly. This is Sean Donaghy, the CEO of NCTD, the owner of the right-of-way.
Yeah, I would say I appreciate that question. From a ridership perspective, we're approximately 65% where we were pre-COVID. We've seen a fair amount of increase on the weekend service. That's where we've generated most of our return ridership. I will say over the past couple of weeks, since there has been a mandate to return federal workers to the office, we are seeing quite a bit more ridership in the mornings, where we didn't have that in the afternoon. I would make a general comment. I've heard a lot of conversation about the rail that originally sits there. I think it's important to note that that rail is owned by NCTD. It's managed by STB and FRA. If there is an alignment that is moved off of the bluff, that line is required to remain active that is currently on the bluff. It will always remain active until the federal government decides either the military doesn't have a use for it or freight or passengers doesn't have a use for that. And I apologize, got a little bit of an allergy today, but I think it's important to understand that when you look at the options, especially in a no-build scenario, NCTD has been neutral throughout the process. I think the process stands on its own merit. I do want to echo the comments that were made that I think the staff has done a really good job. I've worked on several mega projects in my career. The amount of information that is available in this scenario is more than I've ever seen on a mega project. And I do agree, 275 pages is a lot to go through, but happy to answer any more questions that are floating out there if anybody has any for us.
Council member, I also want to put something in perspective. The information that you're mentioning and your, the flow of thought, you're actually giving us the sequence of what needs to happen in the environmental document. So the discussion of the why is probably the beginning chapter. The discussion of stakeholder sensitive issues is another chapter in the environmental document. The geotechnical, biological, any ecological issues, but also if we can have electrification on it, if the weight deals with it, it's in the environmental document. It's not going to be 170 pages, it's going to be about 1,000 pages with a lot of appendices. But what you just laid out is what we want to begin, which is that process.
Right, awesome. I think if you can understand my ignorance, the way the agenda was presented, it does look like to the public and me, because I'm brand new at this, that we're already rushing to decision making. And so that's probably what we need to clarify to the public, that we're just scratching the surface. And then I think the only thing is, people have mentioned the other 13 alternates, and that should be not considered less weighted than the other 3 at this current time, just so we can make sure that we're doing this in a very cerebral manner, methodically, pragmatically, and then, who knows what we're about to face with the economy, but
Yes. The most probably before the NOP, the team will develop a decision document of what narrowed some of the alternatives. But yet that still leaves open. Right now, the picture you're seeing is basically the canvas, and those are the ideas. But we now delineated the canvas, right? Look, somebody's saying, why don't you move it to I-15? We can cater a planning study for that, but an environmental document, I can tell you it's going to cost about $150 billion to do, which our 40-year regional transportation plan is $130 billion. So we could stop every single project in this region to dedicate on that. That's not feasible. We do need to do, like Mayor Jones said, probably a planning study of how in the future, way in the future, we're going to create redundancy in the system. That I think we should do as an agency, but it shouldn't be holding off the safety and the strategic reasons why we should be moving with this realignment project. Hopefully that answers some of the questions.
Yeah, and I think if it was spelled out that way a little bit more clear, like maybe then like the Mayor Del Mar would have not recused herself, right? And so that I wonder if I could be totally off, but I just want to make sure, like, I take this in the context if it's my city. If this is my city, like I would be here and I would make sure that I'm going to ask all the hard questions, right, down to the minutia.
Mayor Del Mar sent a letter, and if they were to express opinions, they could put in jeopardy contesting this document legally.
Okay.
So it's more of a potential leaving, like she said, leaving the city's options, and I'll state it, leaving the legal options for the city open.
Great.
That's why this action took place.
Hopefully my ignorance helps the public understand some stuff. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Sean, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I would just say, I appreciate that this is a very difficult decision. The one thing I would add is that as we sort of narrow in the decision-making authority that this board has to select which one of the alternatives that we want to go with, is that then has to go to NCTD's board for approval for that work to be done in that right of way. So I want to just be clear that there's sort of a two-step process there. Our board has some final authority on what comes out of that transaction because we are the owners of the railroad. It's not a very common thing in our industry for us to do that. And so when we come to these meetings and we have conversations about ridership, and I appreciate those questions and comments, for me, in the chair of the owner of the railroad, I have to sort of look at things with an open lens. My 30-year career has spanned aviation and freight rail, port logistics. And so when we look at these things, we're the owner of a railroad first, which requires us to manage military assets, freight passenger on Amtrak through the corridor, as well as freight rail. And the coaster service, while very important to us as NCTD, sort of comes last in the equation as us as owner of the railroad. So when we talk about things that sort of fit into this program, we look at it, and I think SANDAG's done a good job of ranging the alternatives when you look at the pricing structure that sort of exists on the alternatives of things that have the least impact on local and taxpayers versus what may have a greater impact later on down the road to move. And I think to Mario's point, we've had a lot of conversations with counties to the north about movement of the low sand rail line. It is a $150 billion project, and that's not necessarily throughout the entire corridor. That's probably somewhere between Orange County and San Diego. And we've had a lot of conversations with our elected officials about the I-15 corridor, specifically as it relates to freight and military access between the Air Force Base and the Naval Base, Coronado. So there are all these sort of pieces that tie into that. The 15 corridor is a huge opportunity for us in the future, but I think as Mario said, and rightly so, that's an expensive endeavor. We're talking about a $1.5 to $5 billion project that's in front of us, and any deviation from that would include San Clemente is north of $100 billion. And so that's an investment that as a region, we really have to stop and think about at a really a holistic level. Definitely agree with a lot of the comments that are out there. It's a unique space for our agency to be in. I think all of the alternatives provide some sort of positive and negative, and we really have to sort of roll through those and find out what the best option is for us in the long term. And I'll be frank about the Orange County piece. The money part of me always hits a pause button when I think about the amount of investment that we would put in from a San Diego County perspective with the lack of investment in an Orange County perspective. Our goal to improve the line will have some significant benefits to San Diego County, but not if we don't put the investment in, or not if our partners to the north don't invest in moving the tracks off as well in San Clemente. We have to have that full sort of commitment all the way through. And I think they're doing that. And I appreciate LoSan as an agency looking into that, but those are the kind of things that we sort of deal with in the back office. And again, a lot of information on this project. We don't always agree with all of our partners at the table, but I think SANDAG has done a great job of pulling tons of information on this project and sort of encapsulating a lot of the public input. So appreciate that.
Thanks so much for that contribution to the conversation, Sean. Really appreciate it. Second Vice Chair Minto.
A lot of information here tonight. Sean, you made some really good points there talking about Orange County and San Clemente, because what suddenly came to mind is that if we do this project, and let's say we went down the 5 corridor, had to swing in, go back to the coast, and then San Clemente decides that they don't want to be on the coast anymore, then you got to swing back out. So why aren't we working in tandem to say, is there a way to maybe go, align the rail the entire distance? And so they're just thinking about that. But I think that Rebecca had a great idea too about getting all this stuff put on one page, because it's kind of hard to, flip back and forth. But I was thinking about something that was a little bit more specific, like, what if we were able to go out there with a crew and actually have a drone fly the exact route that each one of these proposals are for? Because not only that, what I see the bluff exactly the way it exists today and how it might change. I would be able to see how it would go through maybe portions of Del Mar, how it would go along and the I-5. And then I would also be able to see exactly what's on the ground, how many homes are going to be involved, what it would look like if you took out all those homes, what it would look like. I would know where it's going under those homes, for instance. And so, that's really a big picture. And it's really easier to see and make a decision because, quite frankly, unless I drive out there, and if I drive out there, I can't really get to every spot that I need to see because I like going out and looking at things. My wife always says, John, you don't understand it when you hear it, but you understand it when you see it. And I think there's a lot of people like that. So why not present this in a way so that we can all really actually see it and with no question? Because if I'm saying, well, let's say I was an eminent domain guy and I go, well, it's only a few houses. Well, if I see it, I go, wow, that's not just a few houses. That's a lot of houses. Why would we ever do that? So, so speaking from that point of view, seeing is believing, and you can make better decisions when you have the whole picture, so to speak. Just my thoughts.
Thank
And
you.
by the way, if Department of Defense does use that rail, well, then why aren't they funding part of it?
Mayor Ehlers.
So you have another new guy, like I feel I empathize with Kevin's point of view. But I'm coming at it with a planning background, so I'm familiar with EIRs and NOPs and all. And so my first question is, we went down the path of the hardened bluff and said, well, maybe I think the Mario said that we might take that one off. Well, if we take that one off, that gets us down to 3. And I always thought the whole point of an NOP was to put all the options on the table and look at them and compare them. And so I was interested by the comment from the head of NCTD that we're going to have a train on the bluff still, right? I think if you can confirm that's what you meant, that the train will still have to be, you will maintain that right of way and tracks on the bluff, and therefore I assume have to harden
Sean,
them
you're going
too.
to have to walk to the mic, please.
Yeah.
I know you've got those tennies on. Not today. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, the line would have to remain active. Doesn't necessarily mean that there would be movement along the line, but because of the different sectors that we serve, specifically StracNet, potential secondary corridor for freight rail, and potentially passenger rail on the back end, that line would continue to have to be maintained to be an active rail line.
Right.
Doesn't necessarily mean that if we relocate the bluffs to another location, that the primary utilization for that, the new corridor would be to move everything to the new corridor, but it would have to be maintained as an active.
But if you're going to maintain it, it's still going to suffer the collapses it suffered, because it wasn't the train causing the collapse, it was the erosion and weather causing the failures. So you'd have to be hardening it over time. And all I'm trying to establish is, does that mean we're going to end up with a non-used or not primarily used green option with hardening on it anyways?
Yeah, I think that's, and I don't want to speak out of turn because I think we're a little early in the process, but my interpretation of that would be that at some point in time, we would have to come back and revisit what that schedule looks like in terms of maintaining bluff stabilization. And unless the government is willing to give away the active rail portion of it. I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen that.
Yeah.
And in fact, to your point, I think the military would have a larger say than it normally would in that conversation. And to answer the other question, we are having conversations with DOD about what their role is in this project and should they be involved in helping us with either relocation or how we would manage the original bluff structure.
So the conundrum that poses the California Coastal Commission letter becomes rather moot. I mean, is it hardened or is it not going to be hardened? What's going to happen there? So I believe we're headed into an NOP that goes to an EIR. I think we ought to have all the options there. We have to have the green. There may be items that preclude it. I look at it and go, we actually went from 16 down to 4. I think there may be, I heard from the public, and I was intrigued by it, the what they call it, the Lagoon North, the Yellow North, I think is what somebody called it. I like that idea. I think it ought to be considered. I understand there are issues with Del Mar Fairgrounds, and there's operational issues and revenue issues. But that's the whole point of an EIR. You can't do half a project. You can't predetermine I'm going to look at half the project and ignore what could have been the project. That is a flaw in an EIR on its surface. I'll go a step further. You made the comment about the connection between Orange County and San Diego. I think there's an argument right there that you're trying to piecemeal the EIR. Not you. We are trying to piecemeal the EIR. And we want to be careful there. So I would argue that, and so I'm now going to go back to and connect one more dot, and that was the comments from former Mayor Krantz, who I rarely agree with. Okay, occasionally I agree with him, but he was talking about the I-5 corridor, and I think that would be an argument, because one of the questions I kept asking myself, and he had talked to me before, I think, probably even before I got elected, about the I-5 corridor. And I don't even know what it looks like. I don't know if that means we're going to have bridges across the lagoon with the big old ugly trestle on every lagoon in San Diego County, or I don't know whether that's tunneling the whole way. And so I would argue for an NOP, for an EIR, we should include all 4 of these. We should include the I-5 corridor, and we should include what the public has called Yellow North.
Mayor, and maybe Keith will help me on this. The first response is what you mentioned, the north alternative. Actually, we were very intrigued with that, and our staff report mentions that. We didn't have time to develop it or sit down with the stakeholders, but it's definitely, as our report says, that we will be looking into it. So that's one thing. But you had a question?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to understand what we're approving now is the set of options that would go into the NOP that would become the EAR, where they would get analyzed. I understand they're not analyzed today.
Mayor, maybe I can help out here a little bit. So what we're trying to do is develop a range of alternatives for feedback on. And I think we've got 4 alternatives that we'd like to get more feedback on from the public and from the agencies like the Coastal Commission. We'd like to sit down with them and find out what they see wrong with that green line. We have 16 options we did as part of the value analysis. And a lot of our recommendations are based upon studies that we haven't talked to you about today. In 2007, there was a programmatic look at this entire corridor, looking at Orange County, all the way from LA, all the way down to San Diego. We're building upon those studies, which said in this area, in San Diego County, various portions along the way need to be improved. For the Del Mar portion, for this, they recommended 2 alignments to be studied in the future. We're looking at those. That's the yellow line and the blue line, pink line that goes coming out. So we're building upon those prior studies which have looked, we're not piecemealing. That was a programmatic look. Now we're doing the specific look. And so what we're trying to do is move forward into the NOP, which is the formal process to solicit information on these other ideas. And with comes part of the administrative record, which helps us in the EIR.
When you say all these other ideas, are you talking about the 4 in front of us or additional?
The additional ideas that came up today on the north yellow line, the things that people have in their minds, that's the formal process for getting that into the record and for us to look at that.
So if we approve the action in front of us today, which is basically approving staff recommendation, if we choose that, that would include north yellow?
So what we should recommend is the notice of preparation includes those 4 alignments. As part of the scoping for the EIR, it doesn't limit us from just looking at those 4 alignments. We have to get input from the public on all options, including things like the yellow line being moved north or a line being shifted. That's all part of the process that we've been talking about.
So the way to get it into the EIR study would be to, in the future, a public comment. We could add it today, would be one option, but another option would be public comment to get yellow north, I-5 in there too.
So that would be part of the NOP process. And I mentioned really briefly, we'll do a scoping report. So we take all those comments and we discuss which ones we evaluate, the comments that came in and the alternatives that came in, and why we'd be moving certain ones forward into draft EIR.
Is there any reason we couldn't add them today?
You could, but they're not built. I mean, we don't have the same level of information as we do on those four in front of you.
But all we're doing is telling you what we want in the EIR ultimately, at least the starting set.
Yeah, but you're also telling us to bring up that design at this point in time before we go out to the NOP to the same level of the rest of those.
And
And I'm
that
not
was-
sure we're there yet.
That was the comment on
Yes.
the prior board meetings, that there was a lot of complaint that the same level of analysis wasn't developed. So, you know, it was before your time here at the board. So that's what Keith it's referring to. So one, did we look at was it look at like the long stretches? Yeah, it was look at a programmatic environmental document that was done. Now, they go and mention a couple alternatives for the bluffs. And now we're going into the project-specific ones. You know, to be more blunt on the response, yeah, we're going to include the north of San Diego Lagoon option. It's going to be a morph alternative of the yellow line. It's written there, right? The team cannot go and say that because they follow processes and their steps. But we're going to start developing the alignment. We're going to develop to the same level. And, you know, if it doesn't have a mega showstopper, why not include it, right? And the same token of what the second vice chair, first vice chair mentioned, right? And that's what I was trying to say. We got a letter from Coastal. Yeah, it's great. And they say our preliminary analysis. They haven't said our analysis because their analysis has to come post NOP. So that's when they're going to throw the kitchen sink at us. And that's great. That is the process. And then also the public works plan had several priorities. And it said also at one point that federal guidelines or jurisdictions take priority. The environmental document is going to have to take that into consideration, that even if the comments from some agencies may come in certain way, if another agency tells us, no, you can't just stop that line or stop keeping maintenance of it, we will have to document that and will be part of that decision. It's a very, very complex process with so many stakeholders. So the goal is to begin the process.
I agree. And I think the question in front of this group today is whether there are any other options other than the four that should be included to be brought up to the equivalent level of documentation, thought process. And I think I named a couple that I would be interested. With that, I would like to note that this is primarily in Del Mar, although it's in San Diego, absolutely, and it's in Solana Beach. And I'm very sensitive to that. And I'm going to be looking to really the three of you and that how it impacts you. But I can empathize heavily having the very same train going right through our corridor. And with that, I will yield.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to share my appreciation, I think, for the feedback of my colleagues here, but also to echo the appreciation for staff for their work on presenting these alignment plans. Sean, from an NCTD perspective, I think that was extremely helpful to provide us a bigger picture of where the rail line plays in with NCTD. I think given that, I think we recognize that this is going to be a long-term plan that we're looking to put together. It means that for probably next, 2 decades plus, we're going to be maintaining the existing line as it stands currently. That could be even more challenging if we see further erosion that challenges the line. And it's hard to say in 20 years what the government's going to want to do if that line exists or not, depending on the condition. But if there is a position that we're in 25 years where both the coastal line and a new realignment line is available, I would not be surprised if DOD would use both as they might see fit. And I'm sure we would only find out when that time comes way down the line. For me, I see this as really an early part of the process. Not to say that it's not complicated. The project itself is extremely complicated. But what we're really looking to do is provide, I think, just enough direction so that staff can bring back the work that's going to be necessary to understand the complexities of each proposed alignment, and recognizing that whether it's through the EAR, through public feedback, through Coastal Commission feedback, or other agencies that we're not even thinking of at the moment, that the alignments that we see today could easily change and shift in recognition of those. And so I'm comfortable with moving forward with the direction that staff has recommended at this point. And that's in recognition that I think there are folks here who perhaps are not a fan of one or two of the items that are presented as they currently stand. They've mentioned it up to this point, but for the sake of having enough variety so that we can actually conduct an EIR that gives us many options, that's why they're still on this plan. So just wanted to clarify that from my perspective and hope that's helpful for those who are trying to figure out how to move forward.
Thank you very much. Mayor Sanchez, did you have another comment?
Yes, yes.
Before I call for the vote.
Yes, okay. I've been on the council for 25 years, who's counting? And I've had my fair share of environmental review of our documents, and certainly have seen projects change, even with some of the alternatives that were being studied. Obviously, we're probably trying to see what would be a preferred alternative, right? But what I see is a very, very open process. I did want to address the issue about attendant or taking the train. I don't know if you all remember when gas went up to, was it $8, $9 a gallon from like 3 or 4? It was at capacity at Oceanside. We didn't have enough parking for people to have their cars there and then take the train. We don't know what's going to happen in 20 years, except that we may have more, we will probably have more people. We will probably be having more seniors who probably will not want to be driving. We will have higher capacity. So public transportation is highly, highly critical. And so I think that there's enough here for us to say, yes, this is a good start. Thank you.
You first, Vice Chair.
And to Mayor Duncan's point, the language on the screen is a much better version of the motion that I led. And so thank you, staff, for cleaning it up.
Thank you. Mayor Ehlers, I would like to call for the vote. So
Is that a call for the vote or not?
it is a call for the vote.
Okay,
Are you
I
good?
think that trumps what I would do.
Okay, very good. That's good.
The motion passes with Coronado, Encinitas, and Escondido no.
So there we go. Thank you. Before we conclude, we do not have any continued non-agenda public comments. We don't? Very good. So we will adjourn this meeting, and the next will be March 14th at 10:30 a.m. Good afternoon, all.